The smell of lavender and antiseptic had become my world. As I carefully adjusted Thomas's pillow for what would be the last time, my sister-in-law Patricia barged into the room without knocking, her Louis Vuitton heels clicking against the hardwood floor I'd polished that morning. "The funeral home will be here in an hour," she announced, not even glancing at her brother-in-law's peaceful face. "You'll need to pack your things and be out by tomorrow. We'll be listing the house immediately." I nodded quietly, too exhausted and grief-stricken to argue. After 8 years of devoted care, I was being dismissed like hired help. Patricia smirked at my silence, mistaking it for defeat. If only she knew. "My name is Elena Kowalski, and I'm 32 years old. 8 years ago, I was working as a hospice nurse in Chicago, living a quiet life in my small apartment, when my older brother Michael called with news that would change everything. "Elena, it's about Thomas," he'd said, his voice strained. "You remember my wife Patricia's brother? There's been an accident." I knew Thomas vaguely from family gatherings. He was the quiet, bookish younger brother who'd become wildly successful in tech before retiring early at 35. While Patricia had married my brother for his modest but stable income, Thomas had built and sold 2 companies, accumulating a fortune that made the rest of the family seem middle class by comparison. "Skiing accident in Aspen," Michael continued. "Spinal cord injury. He's quadriplegic." "Elena." Patricia's beside herself. What I'd learn later was that Patricia was beside herself not with worry, but with calculations about her brother's estate. The family meeting was held at Thomas's house, a stunning Victorian mansion he'd restored himself before the accident. Patricia sat at the head of the dining table like she owned the place, with my brother Michael beside her, and their adult children, Brandon and Jessica, flanking them. "Obviously, Thomas will need full-time care," Patricia announced. "We've looked into facilities, but they're frightfully expensive." "How expensive?" asked Brandon, who was perpetually between jobs and living off his parents. "Around $15,000 a month for a decent place," Patricia said, watching everyone's faces carefully. "It would eat through his savings within years." That was my first clue, the way she said his savings like she was already counting it. "Elena's a nurse," Michael offered hesitantly. "Maybe she could." "I couldn't ask that of family," Patricia interrupted with fake concern. "It's too much." But her eyes were calculating as they turned to me. I saw the wheels turning, free family labor versus expensive professional care. "I'd be happy to help," I said, genuinely meaning it, "at least temporarily, until you find a permanent solution." Patricia's smile was sharp. "How generous." "Of course, Thomas would insist on paying you something. Would $500 a week be fair?" I should have known then. A professional caregiver for someone with Thomas's needs would cost 5 times that. But I wasn't thinking about money, I was thinking about a man who needed help. The first time I met Thomas after his accident, he was nothing like I expected. Despite being paralyzed from the chest down with limited use of his arms, his green eyes were sharp with intelligence and humor. "So you're the sacrificial lamb," he said with a wry smile. "Patricia convinced you I'm a charity case?" "She said you needed help," I replied, adjusting his blankets. "What I need," he said quietly, "is someone I can trust." Patricia's been eyeing my bank accounts since the day I woke up in the hospital. That honesty set the tone for our relationship. Thomas was brilliant, funny, and refreshingly direct. He'd adapted to his new reality with technology, voice-controlled systems for the house, specialized computer interfaces that let him continue trading stocks and managing his investments. "I'm not dead," he'd say whenever Patricia visited and talked about him like he wasn't there. "Just paralyzed. My brain works fine." But Patricia treated him like a child, or worse, like he was already gone. She'd bring Brandon and Jessica by monthly, always with some new scheme that needed funding. "Uncle Thomas, I just need $50,000 for this amazing startup opportunity," Brandon would whine. "Uncle Thomas, Paris Fashion Week is so important for my influencer career," Jessica would plead. Thomas would refuse politely, and they'd leave in huffs, Patricia muttering about family loyalty. As months turned to years, I became not just Thomas's caregiver but his confidant, his friend, his connection to a world that had largely abandoned him. We developed routines, morning physical therapy, afternoon reading sessions where I'd turn pages while he devoured everything from quantum physics to mystery novels, evening movies with elaborate commentary. "You know what the worst part is?" he said one night after Patricia had visited to complain about her financial struggles while wearing a new $3,000 watch. "I made most of my money after the accident. Turns out being bedridden gives you lots of time to study market patterns." "They don't know?" I asked, surprised. "Why would I tell them? They already treat me like a wallet with a wheelchair attached." The family's visits became less frequent as Thomas remained stubbornly alive and alert. They'd call occasionally, usually when they needed something. Patricia would demand I put Thomas on speaker and then talk to him like he was senile. "Thomas, dear, are you eating well? Is Elena taking good care of you?" "My hearing is fine, Patricia," he'd respond dryly. "It's my legs that don't work." During year 3, I made a decision that would later prove crucial. The small stipend barely covered my gas to drive to Thomas's house, and I was burning through my savings paying rent on an apartment I never used. "This is ridiculous," Thomas said one day. "Move into the East Wing. I've got 8 empty bedrooms." "Patricia won't like that," I warned. "Patricia doesn't like anything that doesn't benefit Patricia. Move in, Elena." When Patricia found out, she was livid. "It's inappropriate. What will people think? That a paralyzed man needs round-the-clock care?" Thomas shot back. "Shocking scandal. Living there made everything easier. I could monitor Thomas at night, respond quickly to emergencies, and maintain the house that Patricia kept insisting was too much for poor Thomas to handle." Year 4 brought a significant change. Thomas called his lawyer, William Chen, for a series of private meetings. They'd lock themselves in the study for hours, emerging with carefully neutral expressions. "Estate planning," Thomas explained when I asked. "Just making sure everything's in order." "Don't talk like that," I said, though we both knew his condition was gradually worsening. "Elena," he said seriously, "I need you to promise me something. When I'm gone, don't let them bully you. You're stronger than you think." Around year 5, Thomas made an interesting request. "I want to transfer some properties into a trust," he told William during one of their meetings. "The beach house in Malibu, the cabin in Vermont, and the investment properties downtown." "All of them?" William asked, taking notes. "All of them. Make Elena the sole trustee." I overheard from the hallway where I was organizing medications. "Thomas, I can't." "You can and you will," he said firmly. "Someone needs to manage them, and you're the only one I trust." What he didn't mention, what I wouldn't learn until later, was that he'd also been quietly transferring ownership of other assets. The main house, through a series of legal maneuvers, was no longer in his name. Neither were several investment accounts, the art collection, or the classic car collection in the garage. Years 6 and 7 were the hardest. Thomas's condition deteriorated, requiring more intensive care. I learned to manage ventilators, feeding tubes, complex medication schedules. Some nights, I'd camp out in his room, monitoring his breathing, ready to act if something went wrong. Patricia's visits stopped almost entirely. She'd call occasionally, usually to complain about money or fish for information about Thomas's condition. "Is he, still aware?" she'd ask hopefully. "He's sitting right here, Patricia. Would you like to talk to him?" "Oh, no, that's fine. Just checking on my dear brother." The only family member who showed genuine care was surprisingly Jessica. Something had changed in her, maybe maturity, maybe a bad breakup that gave her perspective. She started visiting monthly, actually talking to Thomas instead of at him. "I'm sorry about before, Uncle Thomas," she said during one visit. "The money stuff. I was a spoiled brat." "You were young," Thomas said kindly. "People change." "Not everyone," she replied, glancing at the door. "Mom's already planning what to do with your house." "Is she now?" Thomas asked with interest. "She and Dad have blueprints. They want to turn it into an event venue. Brandon's planning to sell your book collection." Thomas and I exchanged looks. After Jessica left, he called William again. The last year was a blur of medical crises and quiet moments. Thomas faced each challenge with the same dry humor that had sustained him throughout. "At least I'm consistent," he joked after a particularly bad night, stubbornly refusing to follow anyone's timeline but my own. 2 weeks before he passed, Patricia made a rare appearance with papers. "Thomas, we need to discuss giving me power of attorney," she announced. "For when, you can't make decisions anymore." "My mind is perfectly clear, Patricia," Thomas said coldly, "as is my opinion of your request." "I'm trying to help," she snapped. "Elena's obviously overwhelmed. Look at this place, it's falling apart." I bit my tongue. The house was immaculate, Thomas's care was impeccable, and we both knew what she really wanted. "Get out," Thomas said quietly, "and don't come back unless you're here to actually visit me, not my bank accounts." She stormed out, and that was the last time she saw him alive. Thomas passed on a quiet Tuesday morning, just as the sun painted his bedroom walls gold. I was holding his hand, reading from his favorite Tolkien passage, when he squeezed gently and was gone. I called the family, then sat with him until they arrived, saying goodbye to the man who'd become my closest friend. Patricia arrived within an hour, Michael and Brandon in tow. She walked past Thomas's body without a glance, already on her phone with a realtor. Yes, it's a 7-bedroom Victorian, original hardwood throughout. We'll need it cleaned out quickly. That's when she informed me I needed to leave, like I was an appliance they no longer needed. The funeral was elegant but cold, organized by Patricia to impress her society friends rather than honor Thomas. She gave a speech about family dedication that made me physically ill. Jessica sat with me in the back, both of us mourning the man they'd never bothered to know. The will reading was scheduled for the following Monday at William Chen's downtown office. I arrived early, wearing the simple black dress I'd worn to countless medical appointments. The family arrived in a convoy of luxury vehicles, dressed like they were attending a gala. "Why is the nurse here?" Patricia demanded immediately. "Ms. Kowalski is named in the will," William said calmly. "Shall we begin?" He started with the small bequests, donations to spinal cord research, gifts to a few distant relatives, his book collection to the local library. Brandon actually gasped at that one. "Now, to the family," William continued, "to my sister-in-law Patricia, who visited me exactly 17 times in 8 years. I've kept a log. I leave the sum of $1,700. $100 for each visit." Patricia's face went white. "That's impossible." "To my nephew Brandon, who saw me as nothing more than a potential investor. I leave my collection of rejection letters from every startup I wisely chose not to fund. May they serve as a lesson in due diligence." Brandon slumped in his chair. "To my niece Jessica, who showed genuine growth and compassion in my final years. I leave $500,000 in trust for her education, available only for tuition and academic expenses." Jessica started crying quietly. "To my brother-in-law Michael, who allowed his wife to treat me as an inconvenience rather than family. I leave nothing but the hope that he finds his backbone someday." Michael couldn't meet anyone's eyes. William paused, shuffling papers. "Now, to address the bulk of the estate. Mr. Novak was very specific in his instructions. The house at 47 Riverside Drive is not part of my estate, as I transferred ownership 3 years ago to Ms. Elena Kowalski in recognition of her devoted care and friendship." "What?" Patricia screeched. "Furthermore, the beach house, mountain cabin, and 4 investment properties are held in an irrevocable trust, with Ms. Kowalski as the sole beneficiary. The various investment accounts totaling approximately $3.2 million were also transferred to Ms. Kowalski over the past 2 years as gifts, all properly documented and taxes paid." The room erupted. Patricia was screaming about elder abuse and undue influence. Brandon kicked a chair. Michael was frantically calling someone on his phone. William raised his hand. "I'm not finished." Mr. Novak anticipated this reaction and asked me to read this statement. "Elena gave up 8 years of her life to care for me, not for money, but out of genuine kindness. She was paid less than minimum wage while Patricia lived in luxury, visited rarely, and treated me as already dead. Every transfer was made while I was of sound mind, with proper legal counsel, and with full knowledge of what I was doing. I have extensive documentation, including recordings, of every interaction. Challenge this will, and my lawyers have instructions to release everything." "She's a gold digger," Patricia snarled. "She manipulated him." I finally spoke. "I loved him. He was my friend. And you're right, I did manipulate him. I manipulated him into laughing again, into enjoying his life despite his limitations, into believing he was more than just a bank account in a wheelchair." "You can't keep the house," Patricia said desperately. "It's been in Thomas's family for generations." "Actually," William interjected, "Thomas bought it 5 years before his accident. There's no family history. Ms. Kowalski, however, has maintained and improved it for 8 years. We'll sue," Brandon threatened. "With what money?" I asked quietly. "The money you assumed you'd inherit? The money Thomas made through careful investing while paralyzed, proving his mind was sharp until the end." Jessica stood up. "Stop. Just stop. Elena earned everything she got. We all know it. We just expected to profit from ignoring Uncle Thomas while she did all the work." "Jessica," Patricia hissed. "No, Mom, I'm done. Uncle Thomas saw us clearly, and we got what we deserved." She turned to me. "Thank you for taking care of him, for being the family we should have been." The aftermath was predictable. Patricia tried everything: private investigators, social media smear campaigns, attempting to break into the house one night. The security system Thomas had installed worked perfectly, but for every accusation, William had documentation, time-stamped videos of Thomas making decisions, medical records showing his mental clarity, recordings of Patricia discussing how to handle Thomas's money when he died. I kept the house but changed things. The East Wing became a respite center for caregivers, offering free stays to those caring for family members with spinal injuries. Thomas's study became a library open to medical students. The fortune he left me funds research and support programs. Patricia and Michael divorced within a year, without Thomas's estate to fall back on. Their lifestyle crumbled. Brandon moved back in with Patricia, still chasing get-rich-quick schemes. Jessica used her inheritance to become a nurse. Inspired, she said, by watching me care for her uncle. I still live in the main house, in the room next to where Thomas spent his final years. Sometimes I roll his old wheelchair through the halls, remembering our conversations, our jokes, our quiet moments of understanding. People sometimes ask if I feel guilty about inheriting so much. I tell them about the night terrors, the medical emergencies, the 8 years of watching a brilliant man navigate a world that saw him as broken. I tell them about missed dates, lost friendships, the career I put on hold, but mostly, I tell them about Thomas, his humor, his resilience, his refusal to be defined by his limitations. He didn't leave me his fortune as payment. He left it to me because I was the only one who never asked for it, never expected it, never counted the days until I could claim it. I just wanted my friend to live as well as possible for as long as possible. The house is full of life now. Caregivers rest in rooms Patricia planned to turn into rental units. Medical students study in the library Brandon wanted to liquidate. The foundation Thomas secretly established before his death funds equipment for people with spinal injuries. And in the garden Thomas could see from his window, where I planted roses he could smell when we opened the windows. There's a simple stone bench with a plaque, for Thomas, who taught me that the greatest inheritance is love freely given. Patricia drove by last month. I saw her silver Mercedes slow down as she passed the house she'd already mentally redecorated. I wondered if she finally understood that Thomas hadn't disinherited her out of spite, but out of clarity. He'd given everyone exactly what they'd earned. She got $1,700. I got a home, a fortune, and the memory of 8 years with the best friend I ever had. Sometimes the universe has a sense of justice after all.
I always thought the universe had a sense of humor, but on my 10th wedding anniversary, I discovered it has a sick one. The morning started perfectly. I woke up early to make Doug's favorite breakfast: blueberry pancakes with real maple syrup, crispy bacon, and that fancy coffee he loves, the one that costs more than my first car payment. I'd been planning this day for weeks. "Something smells amazing," Doug said, wrapping his arms around my waist as I flipped the last pancake. His chin rested on my shoulder, and I leaned back into him, savoring the familiar weight of his body against mine. "Happy anniversary," I whispered, turning to kiss him. His lips tasted like toothpaste and home. "Happy anniversary, Presley." He smiled, that crooked smile that still made my stomach flutter after a decade. "I can't believe you remembered the pancakes." "I remember everything." I tapped his nose with my finger. "Including that you have that big meeting with Cooper today. I thought you might need brain food." We ate breakfast together at our little kitchen island, knees touching, planning our weekend getaway. Doug had booked a cabin in the mountains, the same one where he'd proposed. I'd already packed my bag, hiding the new lingerie beneath my hiking clothes. "I have to run," he said, glancing at his watch. "Dinner tonight? That Italian place you love?" "It's a date." I kissed him goodbye, tasting maple syrup and possibility. After he left, I cleaned up the kitchen, humming to myself. 10 years. A decade of building a life with my best friend. We'd weathered job changes, a miscarriage, his father's death. We'd bent, but never broken. I glanced at the clock. 11:30. Doug's meeting with Cooper would be wrapping up soon. On impulse, I decided to surprise him with lunch. I knew how stressed he'd been about this presentation, and I wanted to celebrate with him if it went well, or comfort him if it hadn't. I picked up sandwiches from that deli near his office, pastrami on rye with extra mustard for him, turkey and avocado for me. As I drove downtown, I called Rachel, my best friend since college. "How's the anniversary so far?" she asked. "Perfect. I'm surprising Doug with lunch. Want to meet us?" "Oh, I can't today," she said quickly. "I've got a thing." "A thing?" I laughed. Very specific. "You know how it is," she said. "Have fun with Doug. Tell him I said happy anniversary." I pulled into the parking garage of Doug's building, excitement bubbling in my chest. The security guard waved me through. I visited often enough that he knew me by name. "Hey, Mike," I called. "Is Doug in?" "Sure is, Mrs. Bryant. Been here all morning." I took the elevator to the 14th floor, balancing the bag of sandwiches and 2 iced teas. The receptionist wasn't at her desk, so I walked straight back to Doug's office. His door was closed, but I could hear voices inside. The meeting must be running long. I hesitated, not wanting to interrupt if Cooper was still there, but then I heard laughter, a woman's laughter, not the receptionist or Doug's assistant, a laugh I knew as well as my own. Rachel. My hand froze on the doorknob. Why would Rachel be in Doug's office when she'd just told me she had a thing? I stood there, heartbeat thundering in my ears, as a cold certainty washed over me. I knew before I opened the door. I knew, and still I turned the handle. The first thing I saw was Doug's bare back. The second was Rachel's manicured fingers, the ones I'd held while she cried over her divorce last year, digging into his shoulders. They didn't hear me. They didn't see me. They were too wrapped up in each other on Doug's desk, the desk I'd helped him pick out when he made partner. My body moved on autopilot. I set down the sandwiches. I pulled out my phone. I started recording. The video is 18 seconds long. 18 seconds of my husband and my best friend destroying 10 years of trust. 18 seconds that turned my life into before and after. I closed the door as quietly as I'd opened it. No dramatic confrontation. No screaming. Just the soft click of the latch and the weight of betrayal settling into my bones. In the elevator, a woman asked if I was okay. I must have looked like a ghost. "It's my anniversary," I said, and she smiled sympathetically, assuming my tears were happy ones. I drove home in a fog, muscle memory guiding me through traffic lights and stop signs. Inside our house, the house Doug and I had painted together, arguing over shades of blue for the bedroom, I sat on the edge of our bed and watched the video again, and again, and again. My hands shook as I pressed play for the 4th time. There they were, the 2 people I trusted most in the world, betraying me on the day that was supposed to celebrate love and commitment. I zoomed in on Rachel's face, contorted in pleasure. On Doug's hands, still wearing the wedding band I'd placed there a decade ago. Something cold and hard crystallized inside me. This wasn't just about sex. This was about lies, about making a fool of me, about breaking something precious and irreplaceable. As I stared at the frozen image on my phone screen, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. They would pay for this, both of them, and I would be the one to collect. I sat in our bedroom for hours, my phone battery draining as I watched the video on repeat. Each viewing should have numbed me. Instead, it only sharpened the pain, like a knife being honed against stone. The sun had set by the time my phone buzzed with Doug's text. "Running late. Meet at the restaurant at 8?" I stared at those casual words. How could he type something so normal when nothing would ever be normal again? I imagined him straightening his tie in his office bathroom, Rachel helping him smooth down his hair, both of them laughing about the wife waiting at home. "Sure," I replied. "See you there." See you. I showered mechanically, water scalding my skin as I scrubbed away tears. The anniversary dress I'd bought, a deep blue that Doug once said matched my eyes, hung on the closet door. I couldn't bear to touch it. Instead, I pulled on jeans and a sweater, clothes for a normal day, not the day my marriage died. My phone buzzed again. Rachel this time. How was the surprise lunch? The audacity stole my breath. She knew I'd planned to surprise Doug. She'd been there, on his desk, when I arrived. Was this some sick game to her? To see how close she could dance to the truth without getting caught? I left her message unanswered and drove to the restaurant in a fog. The maitre d' smiled when I gave Doug's name. "Ah yes, the anniversary dinner. Your husband is already seated." Doug stood when he saw me, his face lighting up with that smile I used to believe was only for me. He changed into a fresh shirt. Of course he had. Couldn't smell like another woman on our anniversary. "There's my beautiful wife," he said, leaning in to kiss me. I turned my face at the last second, his lips grazing my cheek. If he noticed, he didn't show it. "I ordered champagne," he said, gesturing to the bottle chilling beside our table. 10 years deserves the good stuff. I sat down, studying his face across the flickering candle. Did he look different? Was there some mark of betrayal I'd never noticed before? Or had he always been this person, and I'd been too blinded by love to see it? "How was your meeting with Cooper?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "Good. Great, actually." Doug poured champagne into my glass. "He's on board with the expansion plan." "That's all you did today? The meeting with Cooper?" He hesitated, just a microsecond. "Yeah, why? No other meetings? No unexpected visitors?" Another pause. "Just the usual office stuff. Why are you asking?" The waiter appeared to take our orders. Doug chose for both of us. He always did on special occasions. Usually I found it romantic. Tonight it felt like another form of control. "Remember our first date?" Doug asked after the waiter left. "That terrible Chinese restaurant where the waiter spilled soup all over me?" "I remember," I said. "You were wearing your blue shirt, the one Rachel helped you pick out." His smile faltered. "Was it? I don't recall." "Oh, I'm sure it was. Rachel remembers too. We were just talking about it the other day." Doug's fingers tightened around his champagne glass. "You and Rachel talk about my shirts?" "We talk about everything." I met his eyes. Best friends do that. The food arrived, saving him from responding. I watched him cut into his steak, the same hands that had been all over Rachel hours earlier now wielding a knife with practiced precision. "I went by your office today," I said suddenly. Doug's fork clattered against his plate. "You did?" "Mm-hmm. Around lunchtime." I took a sip of champagne, letting the moment stretch. "But you weren't there." "I was probably in the conference room with Cooper. You should have texted." "Should I have?" I pulled out my phone, set it on the table. Is that what a wife is supposed to do? Text before visiting her husband's office? Give him time to, what, straighten his tie? Zip his pants? Doug's face drained of color. "Presley, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you fucking my best friend on your desk on our anniversary." The couple at the next table glanced over. Doug leaned forward, voice low and urgent. "Keep your voice down. You're making a scene." "I'm making a scene?" I laughed, the sound brittle even to my own ears. "That's what you're worried about?" "Let's discuss this at home," he hissed. "Not here." "Why? Afraid someone might hear what kind of man you really are?" "You're upset, I get it, but you're jumping to conclusions." "Am I?" I picked up my phone, turned it toward him. "Should I press play, Doug? Let you see what I saw?" His eyes widened as understanding dawned. "You recorded us?" 18 seconds of my husband and my best friend betraying me. "Want to watch it? Maybe the waiter would like to see too." Doug reached for my hand. I yanked it away. "Presley, please. It's not what you think." "It's exactly what I think." I stood up, legs shaking. 10 years, Doug. 10 years of my life with a man who could look me in the eyes and lie without blinking. "Sit down," he pleaded. "Let me explain." "There's nothing to explain. I saw you. I saw her." I grabbed my purse. "Enjoy your anniversary dinner. I'm sure Rachel's available if you need company." I walked out of the restaurant with my head high, ignoring the curious stares. In the parking lot, my composure cracked. I slumped against my car, gulping in the cold night air. My phone buzzed with a text from Doug. "Come home. We need to talk." Another notification appeared, Rachel calling. I declined, then blocked her number with trembling fingers. The drive home was a blur. I didn't cry. Something had hardened inside me, like amber preserving a moment in time. The moment I decided I wouldn't just walk away. They thought they knew me. Sweet, trusting Presley who always saw the best in people. They had no idea what I was capable of. I pulled into our driveway and sat in the dark, formulating a plan. Doug would come home expecting tears, apologies, maybe even forgiveness. He would find none of those things. Thunder rolled outside our bedroom window, nature's percussion matching my stormy thoughts. I hadn't slept. How could I, knowing Doug would eventually come home to explain away his betrayal? I'd heard his key in the lock around midnight, his hesitant footsteps in the hallway, but he'd retreated to the guest room without confronting me. Coward. By morning, the rain was hammering against the roof in angry sheets. I dressed for work methodically, black pencil skirt, white blouse, armor for the battlefield my life had become. In the kitchen, I found Doug hunched over coffee, his eyes bloodshot. "Presley," he started, rising from his chair. "We need to talk." "I'm late for work." I poured coffee into my travel mug, my movements precise and controlled. "It's Saturday. Some of us have integrity about our commitments." I screwed the lid on tight. Unlike others. Doug ran his hand through his hair, a gesture I once found endearing. Now it just reminded me of Rachel's fingers doing the same thing. "What you saw? It wasn't... If you say it wasn't what it looked like, I swear to God I will throw this scalding coffee in your face." He stepped back, eyes wide. "Good. Let him be afraid." "It was a mistake," he said finally. "A terrible, unforgivable mistake. But it was only once, I swear." I laughed, the sound sharp enough to cut glass. "Only once? Oh, well, that changes everything. Should we renew our vows now or wait until after breakfast?" "Presley, please." "Has she called you?" I asked suddenly. "Rachel, have you talked to her since I left the restaurant?" His hesitation told me everything. "Of course you have." I moved toward the door. "You two probably had a good laugh about your hysterical wife." "It's not like that." Doug blocked my path. "She's worried about you. We both are. Move." "Not until you listen." I set down my coffee, pulled out my phone, and dialed. "Hi, Mark, it's me. Can you come over? Doug won't let me leave the house." My voice broke convincingly. "I'm scared." Doug's face paled. "You called your brother?" "Jesus, Presley, I'm not keeping you prisoner." I ended the call. "Then move." He stepped aside, hands raised in surrender. "This isn't solving anything." "I'm not interested in solving anything," I said, retrieving my coffee. "I'm interested in surviving." I drove to work despite it being Saturday, needing somewhere to go that wasn't home. The office was quiet, just a few dedicated souls catching up on paperwork. I locked myself in my office and finally allowed myself to cry, quick, angry tears that I wiped away almost as soon as they fell. My phone buzzed with texts from Doug, from Mark asking if I was okay, and most infuriatingly, from Rachel. "We need to talk. Please. It's not what you think." I blocked her number again, wondering how she'd gotten through after I'd blocked her yesterday. Technology, like loyalty, apparently had its limits. A knock at my door made me jump. "Presley, you okay in there?" It was Layla, my closest work friend, peering in with concern. I thought I heard someone. I quickly wiped my eyes. "Just catching up on some reports." Layla stepped in, closing the door behind her. "On a Saturday? In yesterday's makeup?" She sat down across from me. "What happened?" Something about her direct gaze broke my composure. The story spilled out. The anniversary, the surprise lunch, the video, the disastrous dinner. "Oh, honey." Layla reached across the desk to squeeze my hand. "I've been exactly where you are." I blinked in surprise. "You have?" 3 years ago, Tom and his dental hygienist." She smiled grimly. "Such a cliché, right?" I didn't know. "We worked through it. Counseling, lots of tears, more anger than I knew I could feel." She shrugged. "It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but our marriage is stronger now." I stared at her, incredulous. "You forgave him?" "Eventually. Not right away." She leaned forward. "Look, I'm not saying that's your path, but don't make any decisions while you're still in shock." "I'm not in shock," I said. "I'm in hell." "That too." She squeezed my hand again. "Whatever you need, I'm here." After Layla left, I sat at my desk, turning her words over in my mind. Forgiveness? The very idea made my stomach turn. And yet, seeing her, strong, confident Layla, talk about working through betrayal made me wonder if I was overreacting. No. The image of Doug and Rachel flashed in my mind. This wasn't about sex. It was about trust, about respect, about 10 years of my life built on quicksand. My phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. It's Mia. Rachel's a mess. She says there's more to the story. Can we meet? Mia, our mutual friend, always caught in the middle. I hesitated, then replied, Starbucks on 4th, 1 hour. I arrived early, choosing a table in the corner where I could watch the door. Mia rushed in 15 minutes late, her curly hair damp from the rain. Thanks for meeting me, she said, sliding into the chair across from me. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't. I stirred my untouched latte. What's this more to the story bullshit Rachel's feeding you? Mia fidgeted with her coffee sleeve. She says it was a one-time thing, that she was helping Doug plan your anniversary surprise and things. Escalated. My anniversary surprise was sex on his desk? I laughed bitterly. How thoughtful. She's devastated, Presley. She knows she betrayed you. Good. The thing is, Mia hesitated. I think there's something else going on, something neither of them is saying. I leaned forward. What do you mean? Rachel mentioned financial problems, something about Doug being in trouble. She shook her head. I don't know details, but she was crying about how she'd made everything worse. I sat back, processing this new information. Doug, in financial trouble. He handled our money, our investments, our future. Why would sleeping with my husband solve financial problems? I asked. I don't know. Mia looked miserable. I just thought you should know there might be more going on. As I drove home, rain lashing against my windshield, a new plan began forming in my mind. If Doug was hiding financial secrets alongside his infidelity, I needed to know. Before confronting him, before deciding anything, I needed the full picture. The betrayal had just become a puzzle, and I was very, very good at solving puzzles. The woman in the mirror wasn't me. She had my features, the same dark hair, the same blue eyes, but something fundamental had changed. 3 days of sleepless nights had hollowed her cheeks and darkened the skin beneath her eyes. But it was more than physical exhaustion. There was a hardness there, a calculation that hadn't existed before. I leaned closer, studying this new version of myself. Who are you becoming? I whispered. No answer came, just the distant sound of Doug moving around downstairs. We'd been circling each other like wary animals since Saturday, sleeping in separate rooms, communicating in terse texts about practical matters. I'll be late tonight. Leftovers in the fridge, bill payment due tomorrow. The charade of normalcy was almost more painful than the betrayal itself. I finished applying my makeup, armor for another day of pretending I wasn't falling apart, and headed downstairs. Doug was at the kitchen table, laptop open, brow furrowed. Morning, I said, my voice carefully neutral as I reached for the coffee pot. He startled, quickly closing his laptop. Hey, I didn't hear you come down. That small gesture, the guilty closing of his computer, confirmed what I'd begun to suspect after talking with Mia. Whatever was happening went beyond the affair. Plans today? I asked casually, stirring cream into my coffee. Just work. Meetings. He rubbed his temple. You? The usual. I leaned against the counter, studying him. The confident man I'd married looked diminished somehow, shoulders hunched under an invisible weight. Everything okay with the Anderson account? His eyes flickered to mine, surprise evident. Why do you ask? Just curious. You've been stressed about it. It's fine. Too quick, too dismissive. Everything's fine. I nodded, sipping my coffee. Good to hear. At the office, I closed my door and pulled out the notebook where I'd been documenting everything I could remember about our finances. Joint checking account at First National, investment portfolio managed by Westlake Partners, retirement accounts, the mortgage, all things Doug handled. I'd always trusted him with money matters. He was the financial whiz after all. Now that trust felt like another weapon he'd used against me. A knock interrupted my thoughts. Got a minute? It was Guillermo, one of our senior analysts. I need your signature on these reports. Sure, I gestured to the chair across from me. How's everything going with the Miller project? On track. He set the reports down, then hesitated. Are you okay, Presley? You seem different lately. I forced a smile. Just tired. Busy time of year. Guillermo studied me, his dark eyes kind, but penetrating. If you need anything, work-related or otherwise, I'm here. I appreciate that. After he left, I stared at the closed door, thinking about his offer. Guillermo had gone through a messy divorce last year. Maybe he could help navigate the financial labyrinth I was facing, but that would mean admitting my marriage was over. I wasn't ready for that. Not yet. My phone buzzed with a text from Mark. Lunch today? Need to talk to you. I met my brother at a deli near his office. Mark was already there, his expression grim as I slid into the booth across from him. You look like hell, he said by way of greeting. Thanks. You always know just what to say. He pushed a sandwich toward me. Turkey on rye, extra pickles. Eat. I took a bite to appease him, though food had lost its appeal days ago. What's so urgent? Mark leaned forward, lowering his voice. I ran into Rachel yesterday. My stomach clenched. And? She was a mess, Press. Crying, begging me to convince you to talk to her. Did she happen to explain why she was screwing my husband? Mark winced. She tried. Something about helping Doug with financial problems and things getting complicated. That's the story she's going with? I set down my sandwich. That she slept with my husband as some kind of... What? Financial aid? I'm just telling you what she said. Mark's eyes softened. Look, what they did is inexcusable. But you need to talk to Doug. Really talk, not just exchange cold shoulders and colder texts. Why? So he can lie to me again? So you can figure out what you want to do. Mark reached across the table, covering my hand with his. Are you filing for divorce? Trying to work it out? You need information to make those decisions. I pulled my hand away. I'm getting information, just not from them. Mark's eyebrows rose. What does that mean? It means I'm not as naive as everyone thinks. I stood up, suddenly needing to escape his concerned gaze. Thanks for lunch. Presley, wait. I have to get back to work. I spent the afternoon making calls to our bank, our investment firm, our accountant. Each conversation revealed another layer of deception. Accounts I didn't know about, withdrawals I couldn't explain, a second mortgage taken out 6 months ago. By 5 o'clock, I had a clearer picture, and it was uglier than I'd imagined. Doug hadn't just betrayed me emotionally, he'd put our financial future at risk. I was still processing this when my phone rang. Cooper James, Doug's business partner. Presley? Sorry to bother you, but is Doug with you? No, why? He missed our investor meeting, not answering his phone. It's not like him. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. When did you last hear from him? This morning. We were supposed to discuss... Cooper paused. Well, some discrepancies in the accounts. What kind of discrepancies? Another pause. I think that's something you should discuss with Doug. Cooper, I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. If my husband is in trouble, I need to know. The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. There's money missing, he finally said. A lot of money, and the trail leads to Doug. After we hung up, I sat motionless, staring at the wall. The betrayal had just expanded exponentially. Not just an affair, but theft, embezzlement. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It's Rachel. Please don't block this number. There's something you need to know about Doug. He's not who you think he is. None of this is what you think. I stared at her message, anger and curiosity warring within me. Then I made a decision. Meet me at Lakeside Park, 7 p.m. Come alone. It was time to hear what my former best friend had to say. Not because I was ready to forgive, but because I needed every weapon I could get for the war ahead. Lakeside Park was nearly empty as dusk settled over the water. A few joggers circled the path, and an elderly couple fed ducks near the shore. I sat on a bench facing the lake, watching ripples distort my reflection into something unrecognizable, fitting since I barely knew myself anymore. The sound of hesitant footsteps made me look up. Rachel stood a few feet away, her usual confident posture replaced by something smaller, more uncertain. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her normally perfect makeup absent. "Thank you for meeting me," she said, her voice barely audible above the evening breeze. I didn't invite her to sit. Talk. She wrapped her arms around herself, as if cold, despite the mild evening. "I don't know where to start." "How about with why you were fucking my husband on our anniversary?" Rachel flinched. "I deserve that. I deserve worse." She took a shaky breath. "What happened between Doug and me? It wasn't planned. It wasn't an affair. I have video evidence that says otherwise." That was the first time. Her eyes met mine, pleading. The only time. And it happened because I was trying to help him fix the mess he'd created before you found out. I laughed bitterly. "So sleeping with him was what? A bonus service?" "It was a mistake. The biggest mistake of my life." She moved closer, though still keeping a safe distance. "But you need to know what Doug's involved in. It's bad, Presley. Really bad." "Cooper already told me about the missing money." Rachel shook her head. "It's more than that. Doug's been laundering money for some very dangerous people, the kind who don't forgive mistakes." The world seemed to tilt beneath me. "What are you talking about?" "He approached me 6 months ago, asking for legal advice." Rachel's voice dropped lower. "He was already in deep, gambling debts, bad investments. He borrowed money from the wrong people. And you, being such a good friend, decided to help him hide it from me?" My voice rose despite my effort to stay calm. "For 6 months? I thought I could fix it." Her composure cracked. "I thought if I helped him repay the money, you'd never have to know how close he came to losing everything. So you just lied to my face, day after day. To protect you." "To protect him," I corrected. "And yourself." Rachel's shoulders slumped. "Maybe you're right. Maybe I was protecting all of us from the truth, that Doug isn't who we thought he was." A jogger passed, glancing curiously at our tense standoff. I waited until he was out of earshot before continuing. "Why should I believe anything you're saying?" Rachel reached into her purse and pulled out a thumb drive. "Because I brought proof. Financial records, emails, everything I've gathered over the past 6 months. It's all here." I stared at the small device she held out. "And the sex? Was that part of your protection plan too?" Her hand trembled. "That day in his office, he told me he couldn't pay the money back, that these people were threatening him, threatening you. I was trying to calm him down, figure out what to do next, and then—" She shook her head. "It just happened. One terrible, stupid moment of weakness. On our anniversary. The date still stung like salt in an open wound. I didn't know it was your anniversary until after when you called." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I hate myself for what I did to you. But right now, there's something more important than my guilt or your anger." "What could possibly be more important?" "Doug's missing." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What do you mean, missing?" "He's not answering calls or texts. Hasn't been to the office. His car is gone from the parking garage." Rachel held out the thumb drive again. "These people he owes money to, they don't send collection notices, Presley. They send messages, painful ones." I took the drive, my fingers numb. "You think they have him?" "I think he's running, and if he is, you might be in danger too." The drive home was a blur, Rachel's warnings echoing in my head. I kept checking my rearview mirror, suddenly paranoid about every car that stayed behind me for more than a few blocks. Our house was dark when I pulled into the driveway. I sat in the car, staring at the home Doug and I had built together, now just a shell containing broken promises and lies. My phone buzzed with a text from Mark. "Just checking in. You okay?" I started to type, "I'm fine," but stopped. The lie stuck in my throat. Nothing was fine. Nothing would ever be fine again. Instead, I called him. "Can you come over? I need help." 20 minutes later, Mark arrived with a bottle of whiskey and a determined expression. I led him to the kitchen table where I'd set up my laptop. "What's going on, Press?" he asked, pouring us each a generous drink. I inserted Rachel's thumb drive. "I'm about to find out how much trouble Doug is really in." The files opened like Pandora's box, spilling secrets across my screen. Bank transfers, emails with veiled threats, photos of Doug meeting with men I didn't recognize in parking garages and empty restaurants. "Jesus," Mark whispered, scrolling through the evidence. "This is serious, Presley. These aren't the kind of people you mess with." Apparently, they're exactly the kind of people Doug messes with. I took a long swallow of whiskey, welcoming the burn. And now he's disappeared. Mark's face hardened. "You need to go to the police." "With what? Evidence my husband's a criminal? That my best friend helped him hide it? That makes me look complicit." "It makes you look like a victim." I slammed my glass down. "I'm done being a victim." The doorbell rang, startling us both. Mark motioned for me to stay seated while he checked the peephole. "It's Layla," he called. I opened the door to find my colleague standing on my porch, her expression grave. "Sorry to show up unannounced," she said, "but I found something you need to see." She handed me a manila envelope. Inside was a photograph. Doug and another man in what looked like an intense conversation. "That was taken yesterday," Layla said. "At the airport." I stared at the image, my heart pounding. "How did you get this?" "My brother works security there." She hesitated. "Presley, the man with Doug. He's connected to some very dangerous people." The photograph trembled in my hand. "He's running." "Yes," Layla confirmed. "And based on what my brother overheard, he's not planning to come back." I looked from the photo to the computer screen still displaying evidence of Doug's crimes, and something inside me hardened into resolve. "Let him run," I said, my voice steady. "But he's not taking my life with him." The flames in my fireplace danced hypnotically, consuming old photographs. Doug and me on our honeymoon, at Christmas parties, on hiking trips. With each picture that blackened and curled, I felt a strange mixture of grief and liberation. "Are you sure about this?" Mark asked, watching from the doorway. "Some of those can't be replaced." "That's the point." I fed another memory to the fire, our wedding portrait. I don't want reminders of a life that was built on lies. It had been 3 days since Doug disappeared. 3 days of discovering just how thoroughly he'd betrayed me. Not just with Rachel, but with every decision he'd made over the past year. Our savings drained, our home equity leveraged, our future gambled away. Mark sat beside me, taking the stack of remaining photos. "Keep these," he said gently. "Not for Doug, for you. For the person you were, who loved honestly." I let him set them aside, too exhausted to argue. I hadn't slept more than a few hours since discovering the affair, and the weight of each new revelation pressed down on me like stones. "Have you decided what you're going to do?" Mark asked. "About Doug? Or the fact that he's left me holding the bag for his crimes?" "Both, I guess." I stared into the flames. "I filed a police report this morning. Reported him missing." I laughed bitterly. "Officer asked if he had any reason to leave. Where would I even start?" "Did you tell them about the money laundering?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I need to understand exactly what I'm dealing with first." The doorbell rang, interrupting our conversation. Mark went to answer it while I continued my ritual of destruction, feeding credit card statements and bank notices to the fire. "It's Guillermo," Mark called from the hallway. I quickly wiped my eyes, not wanting my colleague to see me falling apart. In the living room, Guillermo entered cautiously as if stepping into a minefield. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said, his accent more pronounced than usual. "I was worried when you didn't come to work today." "Just taking some personal time." I gestured to the chair across from me. "How did you know where I live?" "Company directory." He sat down, his dark eyes taking in the scene, the fire, the photos, my obvious distress. "Presley, what's happening? Is there anything I can do?" Something about his genuine concern cracked my carefully constructed facade. The story spilled out. Doug's betrayal, his criminal activities, his disappearance. So now I'm left with nothing but debt and potential criminal charges, I finished, my voice hollow. Guillermo leaned forward. You need a lawyer, a good one. I can't afford one. Doug made sure of that. I know someone. He pulled out his phone. My ex-wife tried to frame me for tax fraud during our divorce. This attorney saved me. As he made the call, arranging a meeting for the following morning, I studied him with new eyes. Guillermo had always been kind, professional, but this level of personal involvement surprised me. Why are you helping me? I asked after he hung up. His expression softened. Because I know what it's like to have your life destroyed by someone you trusted, and because... He hesitated. Because you deserve better than this. The simple kindness of his words hit me harder than any of the betrayals had. I turned away, not wanting him to see the tears threatening to fall. Thank you, I managed. After Guillermo left, promising to pick me up for the lawyer meeting, Mark gave me a knowing look. What? I demanded. Nothing, he smiled slightly. Just nice to see you have people in your corner. He's a colleague, that's all. If you say so. Mark checked his watch. I should go. Early meeting tomorrow. You don't have to babysit me. I'm not going to do anything stupid. Aren't you? He gestured to the fire. This revenge plan you're cooking up. Where does it end, Press? It ends with Doug facing consequences for once in his life. Mark sighed. Just be careful. Revenge has a way of burning the person who seeks it. After he left, I sat alone by the dying fire, turning his words over in my mind. Was this about justice, or was I just lashing out in pain? The line between the two had blurred beyond recognition. My phone buzzed with a text from Rachel. Need to talk. Cooper found something. It's urgent. I hesitated, then replied, I'm done talking. Her response came immediately. This isn't about me or Doug, it's about you. These people think you have their money. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cooling embers. What people? The ones Doug owes. They came to the office looking for him, asked about you. I stared at her message, fear crystallizing into something harder, colder. What did you tell them? That I didn't know where either of you were. Presley, they weren't asking nicely. I set the phone down, my hands shaking. This wasn't just about exposing Doug anymore. It wasn't even about revenge. It was about survival. The doorbell rang again, startling me. It was nearly midnight, too late for casual visitors. I approached cautiously, peering through the peephole. Layla stood on my porch, her expression urgent. Sorry for the late hour, she said when I opened the door, but you need to see this now. She thrust her phone at me. On the screen was a news article. Local businessman found unconscious after apparent assault. The businessman was Cooper. He's in the ICU, Layla said. Police are saying it was a robbery, but my brother's friend works hospital security. Cooper was beaten methodically, professionally. This wasn't random. I pulled her inside, locking the door behind her. Did he say anything before they hurt him? That's why I'm here. Layla's voice dropped. He regained consciousness briefly, asked for you, said something about a safe deposit box. What safe deposit box? I don't know. But whatever Doug was involved in, it's escalating. She gripped my arm. These people aren't playing games, Presley, and they think you know something. I sank onto the stairs, the reality of my situation crashing down on me. Doug hadn't just betrayed me emotionally, he'd left me in physical danger. I need to find that safe deposit box, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Before they do. Layla nodded. I'll help you, but we need to move fast. As I gathered my purse and keys, a new message appeared on my phone, from an unknown number. We know Doug ran. We know you have access to what's ours. You have 24 hours. No signature, no explanation needed. The clock was ticking. Morning light streamed through the bank's windows, catching dust motes in golden beams that seemed mockingly cheerful. I gripped the counter, forcing my voice to remain steady. I need to access my husband's safe deposit box. The bank manager, his nameplate read Timothy, smiled apologetically. I understand, Mrs. Bryant, but without your name on the account or your husband present, my husband is missing. I slid the police report across the counter. And I have reason to believe this box contains evidence relevant to his disappearance. Timothy examined the report, his smile fading. This is highly irregular. So is having dangerous criminals threaten you because your husband stole their money. I leaned closer. Please, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. He hesitated, then nodded. Wait here. While he disappeared into a back office, I glanced at Layla, who stood by the door keeping watch. She gave me a subtle thumbs up. 20 minutes and several phone calls later, I followed Timothy into the vault. Rows of metal boxes lined the walls, each containing someone's secrets. He stopped at box 1742. I'll need to witness you opening it, he said, inserting his key. Bank policy. I nodded, turning my own key, found in Doug's desk drawer after hours of searching. The lock clicked, and Timothy pulled out a long metal container. I'll give you privacy to examine the contents, he said, setting it on a small table. But I'll be right outside. Once alone, I took a deep breath and lifted the lid. Inside lay a USB drive, a small notebook, and a manila envelope. I opened the envelope first, finding a stack of photographs, Doug with various men in suits, exchanging envelopes, shaking hands. Evidence of his criminal activities or insurance against his partners? The notebook contained dates, amounts, and initials, a record of transactions, perhaps. I pocketed everything, my heart racing. Whatever Doug had been involved in, he'd been careful to document it. Outside, Layla waited anxiously. Did you find anything? Maybe everything, I whispered, patting my purse. Let's go. We were halfway to the car when my phone rang. Rachel. Not now, I muttered, declining the call. It immediately rang again. This time I answered. What? They know you're at the bank. Rachel's voice was tight with fear. They're watching you. My steps faltered. How do you know that? Because they came to my office again. Said if you don't bring them what's in that box, they'll... Her voice broke. Presley, these aren't idle threats. I scanned the parking lot, suddenly aware of how exposed we were. Where are you now? Home. They said to tell you to bring everything to my place by noon. I checked my watch. 10:47. Who exactly is they? I don't know their names, but the one in charge, he has a scar across his left cheek. Doug called him Marcus. And you trust these people to just let us walk away once I hand everything over? Rachel's laugh was hollow. I don't trust anyone anymore, but I don't see another option. After hanging up, I turned to Layla. Change of plans. We need to go to my office first. Your office? Why? Because if I'm walking into a trap, I'm making copies of everything first. 30 minutes later, I stood in the empty copy room, duplicating every page of Doug's notebook while Layla kept watch. Guillermo appeared in the doorway, his expression concerned. Presley, I thought you were taking time off. I hesitated, then made a split-second decision. I need your help. Quickly, I explained the situation, the safe deposit box, Rachel's call, the noon deadline. This is insane, Guillermo said when I finished. You need to go to the police. With what? Evidence my husband is a criminal? That makes me look complicit. I shook my head. I need to know exactly what I'm dealing with first. Then I'm coming with you to Rachel's. Absolutely not. These people are dangerous. Exactly why you shouldn't go alone. His jaw set stubbornly. I'm not asking permission. I wanted to argue but didn't have time. Fine, but you stay in the car 2 blocks away. If I'm not out in 20 minutes, call this number. I scribbled Mark's number on a post-it. Tell him everything. At 11:55, I parked outside Rachel's townhouse. The street was quiet. Too quiet for a weekday. No dog walkers, no delivery trucks, no signs of the normal suburban bustle. I don't like this, Guillermo said from the passenger seat. It feels wrong. None of this has felt right since I found my husband with my best friend. I checked my watch. 20 minutes, not a second longer. Be careful, he said as I got out. Whatever's in that box isn't worth your life. I nodded, unable to speak past the knot of fear in my throat. Rachel opened her door before I could knock, her face pale and drawn. "You came?" Not like I had a choice. I stepped inside, clutching my purse with its precious cargo. "Where are they?" "Living room." I followed her through the familiar hallway. How many times had I walked this path as a friend, never imagining I'd return as a pawn in some criminal game. Two men sat on Rachel's cream-colored sofa. One was tall and thin, with nervous hands that couldn't seem to stay still. The other was older, heavier, with a jagged scar cutting through his left eyebrow and down his cheek. "Marcus." "Mrs. Bryant," he said, rising. "Thank you for joining us. Let's skip the pleasantries." I remained standing, keeping distance between us. "I have what Doug took. I want guarantees that my friends and I will be left alone." Marcus smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. "Of course. We're businessmen, not monsters. Businessmen don't put people in the ICU. Unfortunate what happened to Cooper." He shrugged. "But necessary. He was uncooperative." My skin crawled at his casual dismissal of violence. "I have everything from the safe deposit box. Once I confirm you'll leave us alone, it's yours." "Show me." Slowly, I removed the USB drive and notebook from my purse. "This is what you're looking for, right? Doug's insurance policy?" Marcus's eyes narrowed. "Insurance policy?" "The evidence he collected, names, dates, transactions." I held up the notebook. "Everything he needed to bring you down if you ever turned on him." A flash of uncertainty crossed his face, the first genuine emotion I'd seen. "Give me that." "Not until I have your word, written and signed." The thin man laughed. "You're in no position to make demands." "Actually, I am." I pulled out my phone, showing them the screen. "Because I'm recording this entire conversation, and if anything happens to me or anyone I care about, copies of everything go to the FBI. Marcus's face hardened. "You're bluffing." "Try me." I met his gaze steadily, though my heart hammered against my ribs. "I have nothing left to lose." The silence stretched, taut as a wire. Then Marcus nodded to his companion, who produced a pen and paper. "Write it," Marcus ordered. "We agree to cease all contact with Presley Bryant and Associates in exchange for all materials related to Douglas Bryant's activities." As the thin man wrote, Rachel moved to stand beside me. "I'm sorry," she whispered, "for everything." I didn't look at her. Couldn't. "This doesn't make us even." "I know." The thin man slid the paper across the coffee table. I read it carefully, then nodded. "The envelope too," Marcus said, "with the photos." I hesitated, then removed it from my purse. "Everything's here. Our business is concluded." Marcus took the items, examining them briefly, before nodding to his companion. "We're done here." As they moved toward the door, relief washed over me. We'd made it through. We were safe. Then Marcus paused, turning back with a cold smile. "One more thing, Mrs. Bryant. Your husband—" "Ex-husband," I corrected. "Ex-husband," he amended. "When you find him, and you will, tell him Marcus says hello." The door closed behind them, leaving Rachel and me in a silence heavy with unspoken words. "It's over," she said finally. I shook my head, a strange calm settling over me. "No. Now it's time for the real reckoning." The conference room hummed with tension as I arranged 8 chairs around the long table. Each place setting had a manila folder, a glass of water, and a name card, all identical except for what was written inside the folders. "Are you sure about this?" Guillermo asked, adjusting the projector screen at the front of the room. "I've never been more sure of anything." I smoothed my black dress, not mourning attire, but armor for battle. "They might not all come." "They'll come." I checked my watch. Curiosity, if nothing else. The first to arrive was Mark, 15 minutes early as always. He hugged me tightly. "You don't have to do this, you know." "I do, actually." I gestured to his seat. "For me." Layla arrived next, then Mia, both offering tentative smiles. Cooper came limping in, still bruised from his hospital stay, but determined to be present. Rachel slipped in quietly, taking the seat farthest from mine, her eyes downcast. At exactly 7 hours, the door opened one final time. Doug stood in the doorway, thinner than when I'd last seen him, dark circles under his eyes. He scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on me. "You found me," he said simply. "Wasn't hard. You're predictable." I gestured to the empty chair. "Your mother's cabin in Vermont? Really?" He sat down cautiously. "How did you know about Marcus?" "I know everything now." I moved to the front of the room. "That's why we're here." Once everyone was seated, I took a deep breath, steadying myself for what came next. "Thank you all for coming. Some of you know parts of what I'm about to share, none of you know all of it." I clicked the remote, and an image appeared on the screen, Doug and Rachel in his office. "This is where it started for me, 10 days ago, my anniversary." Doug flinched. Rachel stared at her hands. "But it actually started much earlier." I clicked to the next slide, bank statements, transaction records. About a year ago, when Doug began embezzling from his own company to cover gambling debts. Cooper sat up straighter, his bruised face hardening. When that wasn't enough, he borrowed from people who don't offer payment plans. Another click, the photos of Doug with Marcus. And when that went south, he started laundering money through client accounts. I moved through the evidence methodically, laying bare every deception, every betrayal. Doug's financial crimes, Rachel's complicity, the danger they'd put all of us in. "Inside your folders," I continued, "you'll find information specific to how these actions affected each of you. Cooper, the evidence clearing you of any involvement. Mark, documentation of the loan Doug took out in your name." One by one, they opened their folders. Expressions of shock, anger, and betrayal rippled around the table. "Why are you doing this?" Doug asked, his voice hollow. "Because secrets have power only in the dark." I met his gaze steadily. "And I'm done living in the shadow of yours." "So this is revenge," Rachel said quietly. "Public humiliation." "No, this is truth. What you do with it is up to you." I turned to the group. "Cooper has already agreed not to press charges if full restitution is made. I've liquidated our assets to cover what I can." "And Marcus?" Doug asked. "Did you give him the evidence?" "Copies, just like I gave copies to the FBI." I smiled thinly. Insurance works both ways. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then Mia spoke up. "What do you want from us, Presley?" "Nothing. This isn't about what I want from you. It's about what I'm giving you, the truth, and the freedom to choose what to do with it." I clicked to the final slide, a blank screen. My part in this story is over. I've filed for divorce. I've given statements to the authorities. I've made what amends I can for the damage Doug's actions caused. "And us?" Rachel asked, her voice barely audible. "Is there any way back from this?" I considered her question, feeling the weight of our history. College roommates, bridesmaids at each other's weddings, countless secrets shared over wine and tears. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Trust isn't just broken or fixed. Sometimes it's transformed into something else entirely." As the meeting disbanded, people moved in small groups, talking quietly, processing. Doug approached me last, his expression unreadable. "You could have just turned me in," he said. "Why go through all this?" "Because it wasn't just about you. It was about me, who I became when everything fell apart." I gathered my notes, not meeting his eyes. "And who I chose to be after." "And who is that?" I looked up then, seeing him clearly for perhaps the first time. Not the man I'd loved, nor the villain who'd betrayed me, but simply a flawed human who'd made terrible choices. Someone who doesn't need revenge to heal. I closed my laptop. Someone who understands that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. He nodded slowly, accepting the finality in my voice. "For what it's worth, I am sorry." "I know, but sorry doesn't change what happened. It just acknowledges it." After everyone left, Guillermo helped me clear the room. We worked in comfortable silence until he spoke. "Are you really okay?" I paused, considering the question. "Not yet, but I will be." Outside, the evening air was cool against my skin. Guillermo walked me to my car, his presence steady and undemanding. "What now?" he asked. I looked up at the emerging stars, bright points of light in the gathering darkness. Now I stop defining myself by what was done to me and start defining myself by what I choose to do next. "And what's that?" I smiled. A real smile, the first in what felt like forever. "I don't know yet, but for the first time in 10 days, in 10 years maybe, that uncertainty feels like freedom." As we stood there in the quiet parking lot, I realized something profound. The story I'd been living wasn't about betrayal after all. It was about reclamation, not of what I'd lost, but of who I'd always been beneath the roles of wife, friend, victim. Just Presley, broken, healing, and finally, irrevocably, my own.
I've always found peace in my parents' apartment. Something about the way the evening light filters through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. Today, the quiet feels especially welcome after a brutal week at work. I kick off my shoes, padding barefoot across the cool floor, savoring the silence. My parents are in Europe for their anniversary. 3 months touring places they'd always dreamed of visiting. They'd asked me to house sit, which really meant watering the plants and enjoying unlimited access to their well-stocked wine collection. I pour myself a generous glass of Cabernet and sink into the plush sofa, feeling the tension in my shoulders begin to unwind. "Home, sweet home," I murmur, though it hasn't been my home for years. Still, it feels more like home than my cramped studio apartment ever has. I take a sip, savoring the rich flavor, and pull out my phone to scroll through messages. Nothing urgent. I set an alarm for 30 minutes, just enough time for a power nap before I need to start dinner. The wine, the comfort of the familiar space, the exhaustion of the work week, it all pulls me under quickly. The sound of keys jangling in the lock jerks me awake. I blink, disoriented, as the front door swings open. My parents stand in the doorway, looking tanned and tired. "Mom? Dad?" I sit up, confused. "You're not supposed to be back for another month." My mother, Olive, doesn't meet my eyes. My father, Robert, clears his throat. "Delilah," he says, his voice oddly formal, "we didn't expect you to be here." "I'm house-sitting, remember? You asked me to." The words die in my throat as 2 men in uniforms appear behind my parents, carrying flattened cardboard boxes. "What's going on?" I ask, standing now, my wine glass forgotten on the coffee table. "We need to pack up," my mother says, still not looking at me. "The movers are here to help." "Pack up? For what?" My father sighs, finally stepping fully into the apartment. "We've sold the place, Delilah. The new owners take possession tomorrow. The room seems to tilt beneath my feet. "You sold, but you never said anything about selling." "It was a quick decision," my mother says, busying herself with her purse. "An opportunity we couldn't pass up." The movers hover awkwardly by the door. One of them clears his throat. "Where should we start, sir?" My father gestures vaguely. "The bedroom first, I think. We'll need to sort through the living room ourselves." They nod and move past me like I'm not even there. "I don't understand," I say, my voice sounding small and far away. "Where are you going to live?" "We bought a place in Arizona," my father says, not quite meeting my eyes either. "Smaller, more manageable. Better weather for your mother's arthritis." "Arizona?" The word feels foreign on my tongue. "But your whole life is here. Your friends, your doctors, your—" "Things change, Delilah," my mother cuts in, her voice sharper than I expect. "We're not getting any younger." I stand there trying to process what's happening. The apartment I've always thought of as my safety net, my backup plan, my home base, gone. Without warning, without discussion. "When were you planning to tell me?" I ask, hating how my voice trembles. My father checks his watch. "We need to get moving if we're going to finish today. Delilah, you should probably gather whatever belongings you have here." "Robert," my mother murmurs, touching his arm, "maybe we should—" "There's no time, Olive," he says firmly. "The truck comes at 8 tomorrow morning." I feel like I've been slapped. So that's it. You just show up and tell me to get my stuff and go. Don't be dramatic, my father says. It's not like you live here. No, I just water your plants and feed your cat and check your mail when you're gone for months at a time, I snap. I just store half my winter clothes in the guest closet. I just have a key and an open invitation to stay whenever I want. Had, my mother corrects quietly. You had a key. The word lands like a blow. I look at her, really look at her, and see something I've never noticed before. A coldness, a calculation in her eyes that makes me wonder if I've ever really known her at all. I need to use the bathroom, I mutter, needing to escape their gaze. I lock the door behind me and grip the edge of the sink, staring at my reflection. My eyes are wide, my face pale. I splash cold water on my cheeks, trying to wake myself from what feels like a nightmare. When I emerge, the apartment is already transforming. Boxes half filled, pictures removed from walls, the familiar space becoming unfamiliar by the minute. I grab my bag, unable to bear watching anymore. I'll get out of your way, I say stiffly. My father nods absently, already focused on wrapping a vase in newspaper. My mother at least has the decency to look uncomfortable. We'll call you when we're settled, she offers. I don't respond. At the door, I pause, my hand on the knob. Something catches my eye, the hall closet door, slightly ajar. Through the crack, I glimpse stacks of boxes labeled in my grandmother's handwriting. The antiques collection she'd left to me in her will, which my parents had promised to store safely until I had space for them. They hadn't even remembered to pack them. I don't remember leaving the apartment building. I don't remember walking 6 blocks in a daze or stopping at the liquor store for a bottle of cheap vodka. But here I am, sitting on the floor of my studio apartment, staring at the antique boxes I somehow managed to salvage before my parents could forget them completely. My grandmother's treasures, the only person who ever made me feel like I mattered. You're special, Delilah, she used to whisper, pressing old trinkets into my hands. Don't let anyone make you feel otherwise. I take another swig straight from the bottle, wincing as it burns down my throat. My phone buzzes for the 5th time, Violet calling again. I finally answer. Where have you been? Her voice crackles with concern. I've been trying to reach you for hours. They sold the apartment, I say, my voice flat. They just showed up and started packing. What? Your parents? But they're supposed to be in Europe. Apparently they came back early to sell everything and move to Arizona. The words taste bitter. They didn't even tell me. Jesus, Delilah, are you okay? I laugh, a harsh sound that surprises even me. No, I'm not okay. I'm coming over. Don't, please. I stare at the boxes. I need to be alone right now. Silence stretches between us. Violet knows me well enough to recognize when pushing is pointless. Call me tomorrow, she finally says. Promise me. I promise. After hanging up, I pull the nearest box toward me. The tape is yellowed with age, the cardboard soft at the corners. I slice it open with a kitchen knife, revealing tissue-wrapped parcels nestled inside. One by one, I unwrap them. A delicate porcelain figurine of a dancer, a tarnished silver hand mirror, a small wooden box inlaid with mother of pearl. Each piece carries memories of afternoons spent with my grandmother, learning their histories, absorbing her stories. This mirror belonged to a countess, she'd told me, eyes twinkling, and this box held love letters from a sailor to his sweetheart during the war. Whether the stories were true didn't matter. What mattered was how she made me feel, like I was being entrusted with something precious, something valuable. Unlike my parents, who never thought I was worth telling about their major life decisions. The next box contains larger items, a bronze clock, a set of leather-bound books, a small oil painting of a countryside I don't recognize. I handle each piece carefully, despite my growing intoxication, arranging them on my coffee table, like an impromptu museum exhibition. Near the bottom of the 3rd box, my fingers touch something cool and heavy. I pull out a small jade figurine, about the size of my palm. A dragon with ruby eyes that catch the dim light of my apartment. This is the most valuable piece in my collection, my grandmother had whispered the day she showed it to me. Ming Dynasty, worth more than everything else combined. I'd forgotten about it completely. I turn it over in my hands, studying the intricate carving, the perfect weight of it. A quick search on my phone confirms what I already suspected. If authentic, this piece alone could be worth tens of thousands of dollars. My grandmother had left these to me. Not to my parents, to me. And they'd hidden them away, forgotten about them, and nearly lost them in their rush to abandon their life here, to abandon me. Something cold and clear cuts through the alcohol haze. A purpose, a plan. I carefully rewrap the dragon and place it in my bedside drawer. The rest of the night passes in a blur of internet research, auction house websites, and antique dealer reviews. By morning, my head pounds with a hangover, but my mind is surprisingly focused. My phone rings, Violet checking in as promised. "I'm coming over," she says, not a question this time. "And I'm bringing coffee." 30 minutes later, she surveys the antiques spread across my apartment, eyebrows raised. "Your grandmother left you all this?" I nod, nursing the coffee she brought. "Years ago, my parents were storing it for me." "And now you're what? Going to sell it?" "Some of it." I don't mention the jade dragon. Not yet. "It's mine to sell." Violet sits beside me on the couch. "Del, I get that you're hurt, but..." "Hurt?" I laugh again, that same harsh sound. "Hurt is when someone steps on your toe or forgets your birthday. This is..." I struggle to find the words. This is like they erased me, like I never mattered at all. She doesn't argue, just takes my hand and squeezes it. "They've always done this," I continue, the words pouring out now. "Made decisions without considering me. Treated me like an afterthought. But this time..." I shake my head. "This time, I'm not just going to take it." "What are you going to do?" I look at her, suddenly aware of how my next words might sound. "I'm going to make them feel what I felt. I'm going to take something from them that they thought was secure." Violet's eyes widen slightly. "Delilah, not physically," I clarify, "but they're going to know what it feels like to have the rug pulled out from under them. To be forgotten." She studies my face for a long moment. "This doesn't sound like you." "Maybe it should have been me all along." I stand up, suddenly energized. Maybe I've spent too many years being the good daughter who never complains, never pushes back. My phone buzzes with the text. It's from an unknown number, but the message makes my heart skip. "Heard you're looking to sell some antiques. I might be interested. Old friend of your grandmother's. Call me." "Zane." I stare at the screen, a strange mix of surprise and something like destiny washing over me. "Who is it?" Violet asks. I look up at her, feeling the first genuine smile in days spread across my face. "It's a sign," I say. "The universe is telling me I'm on the right path." "Are you sure about this?" Violet asks, watching me adjust my blouse in the mirror. "Meeting some random guy who texted you out of nowhere?" "He's not random. He knew my grandmother." I smooth my hair, trying to look more put together than I feel. "And we're meeting in a public place." Still, something feels off. I don't tell her that something feels off to me too, but in a different way. Like stepping onto a path I can't see the end of, exhilarating and terrifying at once. "I'll be fine," I say, grabbing my purse. Inside is a small velvet pouch containing the jade dragon. "I'm just getting information." The cafe is busy enough to feel safe, but quiet enough for conversation. I spot him immediately, tall, with dark hair streaked with premature silver at the temples. He stands when he sees me, a half smile playing on his lips. "Delilah," he says, extending his hand. "You look just like her." His grip is firm, his eyes a startling shade of green. "Like who?" "Your grandmother, of course." He gestures for me to sit. "I'm Zayn." "How did you know my grandmother?" I ask, settling into the chair across from him. "We moved in the same circles. Antique collectors, auction enthusiasts." He shrugs. "She had an eye like no other." A waitress appears and we both order coffee. I study him while he speaks to her. His clothes are expensive but understated, his manner confident without being arrogant. "So," he says when we're alone again, "you've come into her collection." It's not a question. "Parts of it," I say carefully. "I'm considering selling some pieces." "Including the dragon?" My breath catches. "How did you—" "Like I said, I knew your grandmother. She showed me that piece once, years ago." His eyes hold mine. "It's quite valuable." "So I've heard." "May I see it?" I hesitate, then reach into my purse. The cafe is crowded. No one is paying attention to us. I pass the velvet pouch across the table. Zane's fingers brush mine as he takes it, sending an unexpected shiver up my arm. He opens the pouch carefully, tipping the dragon into his palm. His expression changes subtly as he examines it, a softening around the eyes, a slight parting of the lips. "Beautiful," he murmurs, "and authentic." "You can tell just by looking." His eyes flick up to mine. "I've been doing this a long time." He returns the dragon to its pouch and hands it back to me. "I can help you sell it, for the right price to the right buyer." "And what would that price be?" He names a figure that makes my coffee go cold in my stomach. More than I expected. Much more. "That's substantial. It's fair, maybe even a bit low." He leans forward. "But I'm curious, Delilah. Why now? Your grandmother left you these pieces years ago, didn't she?" The question catches me off guard. "How did you know that?" "She told me, before she died." He studies me. "She was worried your parents might try to interfere." A cold feeling spreads through my chest. "What do you mean?" "They never approved of her collection. Thought she spent too much money on useless trinkets." His mouth twists. "They tried to get her to sell several times." This is news to me. My parents had always seemed indifferent to my grandmother's collection, not hostile. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I think you should know who you're dealing with." He takes a sip of his coffee. "Your grandmother trusted me. She knew I would treat her collection with respect." Something in his tone makes me uneasy. "And my parents wouldn't?" "Let's just say they had different priorities." I think about the boxes, forgotten in a closet, about the apartment, sold without a word to me. "I need to think about this," I say finally. "Of course." He slides a business card across the table. "Take your time, but not too much time." The market fluctuates. Outside, the afternoon sun feels too bright. I check my phone. 3 missed calls from my mother. I ignore them and call Violet instead. "How was it?" she asks immediately. "Strange," I admit. He knew things about my family, about my grandmother. "That's creepy, maybe. Or maybe he's exactly who he says he is." I pause at a crosswalk. "He offered a lot of money for the dragon." "How much?" I tell her. She whistles low. "What would you do with that kind of money?" The question stops me short. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Revenge had been my only goal, selling what my parents had forgotten, what they'd tried to keep from me. But with that kind of money... "I don't know," I say honestly, "but it would change things." My phone buzzes with a text. My mother again. "Delilah, please call us. It's important." I ignore it. "I think I'm going to do it," I tell Violet. "Sell the dragon. Maybe more pieces." "Are you sure that's what this is about? Selling antiques?" I close my eyes briefly. "No. It's about making them realize they can't just throw me away." When I get home, there's an email waiting for me. From my father, which is unusual. He hates digital communication. "Delilah, your mother and I need your help. The move has been more complicated than we anticipated. There are some financial matters that require immediate attention. Please call us as soon as possible." Dad. Financial matters? My father, who has never discussed money with me, suddenly needs my help. My phone rings again. My mother. This time I answer. "Delilah, thank goodness," she says, her voice tight with what sounds like genuine distress. "We've been trying to reach you." I've been busy, I say coldly. Honey, we need to talk to you, it's important. More important than telling me you were selling the apartment, moving across the country. She sighs. We deserve that. But please, this is serious. Your father and we're in trouble. Something in her voice makes me pause. What kind of trouble? The kind we can't discuss over the phone. She hesitates. We need your signature on some documents, and we need to ask a favor. I think of Zane's words about my parents' priorities, about the money the dragon could bring, about years of feeling secondary, forgotten. I'll think about it, I say finally, and hang up. My phone lights up immediately with a text from Zane. Have you decided? I stare at the message, feeling caught between two forces pulling me in opposite directions. The path ahead suddenly seems much less clear than it did this morning. I agree to meet my parents at a diner halfway between my apartment and their hotel. Neutral territory. I arrive early, ordering coffee I don't touch, watching the door with my heart hammering against my ribs. They look smaller somehow when they walk in. My father's shoulders are hunched, my mother's smile strained as they spot me. They slide into the booth across from me, and for a moment none of us speak. You look tired, my mother finally says. I haven't been sleeping well. I don't add that it's because of them. My father clears his throat. Thank you for meeting us, Delilah. You said it was important. They exchange glances. My father nods slightly, and my mother reaches into her purse, pulling out a manila envelope. We need you to sign these, she says, sliding it across the table. It's for the Arizona property. I don't touch it. What about it? My father sighs. The truth is, we're not in great financial shape. The European trip, he trails off. You spent too much, I finish for him. That, and some investments that didn't pan out. He rubs his forehead. We had to sell the apartment quickly, below market value. And now you need my help. The irony isn't lost on me. With what exactly? The new place is under contract, but there's an issue with the financing. My mother taps the envelope. We need a co-signer, someone with good credit. I stare at them, incredulous. You want me to co-sign your mortgage? After you sold our family home without even telling me? It wasn't your home, Delilah, my father says, an edge creeping into his voice. You haven't lived there in years. It was the only stable thing in my life. The words burst out louder than I intended. A few heads turn our way. I lower my voice. You knew what that apartment meant to me. We didn't have a choice, my mother insists. Robert's pension isn't what we expected, and my healthcare costs. You had a choice about whether to tell me. I cut in. You chose not to. Silence falls. A waitress approaches, senses the tension, and veers away. You're right, my father says finally, surprising me. We should have told you. We were embarrassed. Embarrassed? To admit we'd failed. He looks older than I've ever seen him. To admit we needed help. Something twists in my chest. A flicker of sympathy I quickly extinguish. So instead, you just cut me out completely. We were going to call you once we were settled, my mother says, reaching for my hand. I pull it away. We just needed some time to figure things out. I think of the jade dragon sitting in my apartment, of Zane's offer, of the other antiques, still waiting to be valued. What happens if I don't sign? My father's face hardens. We lose the deposit. We have nowhere to live. You could stay with me, I say, though my studio barely fits my own things. Don't be ridiculous, he snaps. We're asking for a signature, not charity. The old familiar sting. My suggestion's never good enough. My help never the right kind. I need time to think about it, I say, standing up. I'll let you know. Delilah, please, my mother calls as I walk away. I don't look back. Outside, I call Zine. I want to sell the dragon, I say when he answers, and I want to do it quickly. Come to my office tomorrow, he replies, sounding pleased. I have a buyer lined up. I hang up and text Violet. Need to talk. Coming over. She opens her door with a glass of wine already poured for me. One look at my face and she pulls me into a hug. That bad? Worse? I sink onto her couch. They want me to co-sign their mortgage. They're broke. She sits beside me. And you said that I'd think about it. I take a long sip of wine. But I'm selling the dragon tomorrow. Violet studies me. To help them? The question catches me off guard. No, for me. Are you sure? Because it sounds like you're still making decisions based on them. What's that supposed to mean? Just that selling a family heirloom out of spite isn't exactly moving on. She says it gently, but it still stings. It's not spite, I argue. It's justice. Is it, or is it just another way of staying connected to them? I stand up, suddenly restless. You don't understand. I understand that they hurt you. Badly. She follows me to the window. But I'm worried about what this revenge plan is doing to you. It's giving me power, I say. For once in my life, I'm not just taking whatever they dish out. There's a difference between standing up for yourself and becoming someone you're not. I turn to face her. Maybe I'm finally becoming who I should have been all along. She doesn't respond, just looks at me with concern in her eyes. I should go, I say, setting down my barely touched wine. I have things to prepare for tomorrow. Delilah. I'll call you after, I promise, already heading for the door. Back in my apartment, I take out the dragon, turning it over in my hands. My grandmother's voice echoes in my memory. This is special, Delilah. Like you. My phone buzzes with a text from my mother. Please call us tomorrow. We need an answer soon. I set the phone down without responding and carefully wrap the dragon. As I do, I notice something I hadn't seen before. Tiny characters etched into the base. Chinese, maybe? I take a photo and run it through a translation app. The result makes my breath catch. Family endures through storm and silence. Was this my grandmother's message to me, or just a coincidence? Either way, it's too late to reconsider. I've made my choice. Tomorrow the dragon goes to its new owner, and I take my first real step toward independence, or revenge. I'm no longer sure which. My phone rings again. It's Zane. Change of plans, he says without preamble. My buyer wants to meet tonight. Can you be ready in an hour? I look at the wrapped dragon, at the text from my mother still glowing on my phone screen. Yes, I say firmly. I'm ready now. Zane's office is in a converted warehouse downtown. All exposed brick and steel beams. It's after hours, and the building is eerily quiet as he leads me through a maze of hallways. My buyer is very private, he explains, his hand resting lightly on my lower back. He prefers discretion. Something about his touch makes me uneasy, but I push the feeling aside. I'm here for one reason, to sell the dragon and take control of my life. The conference room is dimly lit, dominated by a long table where a man sits with his back to us. He turns as we enter, older, with silver hair and wire-rimmed glasses. Ah, the granddaughter, he says, standing. His accent is faintly European. I'm Victor. He doesn't offer his hand, just gestures for me to sit. I place my bag on the table, suddenly hesitant. The dragon, Zine prompts. I reach into my bag and unwrap the jade figure, placing it on the table between us. Victor picks it up without asking, turning it over in his hands. His expression gives nothing away. Authentic, he confirms after a long examination, though I believe there is damage to the base. There's no damage, I say automatically. I checked it carefully. Victor raises an eyebrow, then hands me the dragon. Look again. I turn it over, and my heart sinks. A hairline crack runs along the bottom edge, barely visible but definitely there. It wasn't there this morning. I don't understand, I murmur. It was perfect when I wrapped it. These things happen, Zine says smoothly. Fortunately, Victor is still interested. At a reduced price, of course, Victor adds. They name a figure, half of what Zine originally quoted. My stomach drops. That's not what we discussed, I protest. The market value changes with the condition, Zane explains, not quite meeting my eyes. This is still a very generous offer. Something feels wrong. The crack, the reduced price, the late-night meeting, it all smells of manipulation. But I need the money. And more than that, I need this to be over. Fine, I say finally. I accept. Victor nods, reaches into his jacket and pulls out an envelope. Cash, as requested. I didn't request cash. I look at Zane, who smiles reassuringly. Easier this way, he says. No paper trail. I take the envelope, count the money quickly. It's all there. We'll need you to sign this, Victor says, sliding a document across the table. A bill of sale, confirming the transaction. I scan it quickly. Standard language, nothing suspicious. I sign. Pleasure doing business, Victor says, carefully placing the dragon in a padded case. He nods to Zane and leaves without another word. Alone with Zane, I feel a strange emptiness. It's done. The dragon is gone. Drink to celebrate, Zane offers, producing a bottle of whiskey from a cabinet. I shake my head. I should go. At least let me drive you home. It's late, and that's a lot of cash to be carrying. I hesitate, then nod. The money feels heavy in my bag. In his car, a sleek, expensive model that smells of leather, Zine is quiet. Then, your grandmother would be proud. For selling her prized possession? For taking control? He glances at me. She always said you had more spine than your parents gave you credit for. You talked about me. She worried about you, said your parents had a way of making you doubt yourself. The accuracy of this observation is unsettling. She never told me that. There's a lot she didn't tell you. He pauses at a red light, like how your father tried to contest her will. My head snaps toward him. What? After she died, he filed paperwork claiming she wasn't of sound mind when she left her collection to you. The light changes, and he accelerates smoothly. It didn't work, obviously. That's not possible. He would have told me. Would he? Zane's voice is gentle. Think about it, Delilah. They hid her collection in a closet for years. They sold their apartment without telling you. They've made a habit of keeping you in the dark. My mind races. Could it be true? It would explain so much. Their dismissiveness about the antiques, their reluctance to let me see them. I don't know what to believe anymore, I admit. Believe what you see, not what they tell you. He pulls up to my building. There's more to this story than you know. I clutch my bag, suddenly eager to be alone. Thank you for the ride. Think about what I said. He hands me a card, different from the one he gave me before. And call this number if you decide you want to know more. It's my personal line. Inside my apartment, I count the money again, spreading it across my bed. Less than I'd hoped for, but still substantial, enough to make a difference. My phone buzzes, a text from my mother. We need your answer tomorrow. Please, Delilah. I ignore it and call Violet instead. It's done, I tell her when she answers. I sold it. How do you feel? I don't know. I stare at the money. Empty, maybe. Did it help? With the anger? Not really. I sigh. And now I have all this cash and no idea what to do with it. You could help your parents, she suggests carefully. After what they did, no way. What exactly did they do, Del? Sell their own apartment? Make bad financial decisions? It's not like they stole from you. Zine's words echo in my head. Actually, they might have. I tell her what he said about my father contesting the will, about hiding the collection from me. And you believe this guy you barely know over your own family? She asks when I finish. I don't know who to believe anymore. There's a knock at my door. I freeze. Someone's here, I whisper to Violet. It's almost midnight. Don't answer it, she says immediately. Another knock, more insistent. Delilah? A woman's voice. It's Yara, your aunt. My Aunt Yara. I haven't seen her in years. I'll call you back, I tell Violet and hang up. I approach the door cautiously. Aunt Yara. Please open up, it's important. I peer through the peephole. It's her, my mother's sister, looking tired and worried. I open the door. "What are you doing here?" "We need to talk." Her eyes are serious. "About Zane Hunt, and what he's really after." I let Yara in, watching as she surveys my small apartment with quick, assessing eyes. She looks older than I remember. Her dark hair now streaked with grey, fine lines around her eyes that weren't there before. "How did you find me?" I ask, suddenly aware of the money still spread across my bed, visible through the open bedroom door. "Your mother called me." She moves toward the couch without waiting for an invitation. "She's worried about you." "My mother hasn't worried about me in years," I say, quickly gathering the cash and shoving it into a drawer before joining her. Yara sighs. "That's not true, but we don't have time to unpack your family drama right now." She leans forward. "Tell me about Zane Hunt." Something in her tone makes me hesitate. "Why?" "Because he's dangerous, Delilah. And if you've gotten involved with him, you're in trouble." I laugh, though nothing feels funny. "Dangerous? He's an antique dealer. He's a con man who targets vulnerable people with valuable collections." Her eyes are intense. "He approached your grandmother too, years ago, tried to convince her that her children were planning to steal her antiques." My heart beats faster. "And were they?" "Of course not." She looks exasperated. "Your mother and father may be many things, but they're not thieves." "Then why did Dad try to contest Grandma's will?" The question bursts out before I can stop it. Yara's expression shifts to surprise, then understanding. "He told you that, didn't he? Zane?" I nod. "It's a lie. Your father never contested anything. He was the one who insisted her wishes be followed exactly." She shakes her head. "This is what Zane does. He finds family friction and exploits it." "But how would he even know about our situation, about the apartment?" "Because he's been watching, waiting for an opportunity." She reaches for my hand. "Your grandmother rejected him, so he's been biding his time, knowing the collection would eventually pass to you." My mind races, trying to reconcile this with everything Zane told me. He knew things, personal things about our family. He's done his research. People like him always do. She glances toward my bedroom. "You've already sold something to him, haven't you?" I nod slowly. "The Jade Dragon." Yara closes her eyes briefly. "How much did he pay you?" I tell her. She laughs bitterly. "That piece was worth 3 times that amount, at least." The room seems to tilt. "He said there was damage. Let me guess. Damage that wasn't there when you first showed it to him." The implication hits me like a physical blow. "You think he damaged it deliberately?" "I know he did. It's part of his playbook." She stands up, pacing. "Did you sign anything?" "Just a bill of sale. We need to see exactly what you signed. Do you have a copy?" I shake my head, feeling sick. "What's going on, Yara? What does he really want?" She stops pacing, her expression grave. "Your entire collection, and possibly your parents' remaining assets." "My parents don't have any assets left. They're broke." "They're not broke, Delilah. They're cash poor at the moment because they've invested everything in a property development in Arizona." She sits back down. "A development that's about to be approved, which will triple their investment." I stare at her. "But they said that they needed you to co-sign a mortgage." "That was true. Their liquid assets are tied up in the development." She sighs. "They should have explained better, but they were embarrassed about needing help, even temporarily." My head spins with this new information. "So, when Zane said, he was manipulating you, using your hurt feelings to turn you against your family." Her voice softens. "I'm not saying your parents handled things well. They didn't. But they're not the villain Zane made them out to be." I stand up abruptly, needing to move. "I don't understand. What does any of this have to do with my grandmother's collection?" "The collection is valuable, yes. But what Zane really wants is access to your family's finances." She follows me to the window. "The bill of sale you signed, I'm betting it contained language giving him rights to other pieces, maybe even authorizing him to act as your agent." Cold fear washes over me. I didn't read it carefully enough. Few people do. She puts a hand on my shoulder. We need to contact your parents immediately. If Zayn thinks you're on to him, there's no telling what he might do next. I pull away. I can't face them, not after what I've done. What you've done is fall for a con man's tricks. It happens to smart people all the time. Her voice is firm but kind. But right now, your family needs to present a united front. My phone buzzes, a text from Zayn. Have you thought about what I said? I have buyers interested in the rest of your collection, time sensitive. I show it to Yara, whose expression darkens. He's accelerating his timeline. He must suspect something. She takes out her own phone. I'm calling your mother. Wait. I grab her wrist. I need to do this myself. She studies me, then nods. Okay, but do it now. My fingers hover over my mother's contact. Pride and hurt battle with fear and a growing sense of urgency. Another text from Zayn appears. Also found some interesting documents regarding your parents' Arizona investment. We should talk. My blood runs cold. How could he know about that? He's going after their development deal, I say, showing Yara the message. Her face pales. Call them, now. This time I don't hesitate. The phone rings 3 times before my mother answers, her voice thick with sleep. Delilah? Is everything okay? No, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. We have a problem, a big one. What kind of problem? I take a deep breath. I think I've made a terrible mistake, and now someone's targeting all of us. There's a pause, then my mother says, We'll be at your apartment in 20 minutes. After I hang up, Yara squeezes my hand. You're doing the right thing, am I? I look at her, suddenly overwhelmed, because it feels like I've destroyed everything. Not everything, she says firmly. Not yet. My phone buzzes again. Not Zayn this time, but Violet. Just got a weird call from someone asking about your grandmother's collection. Said they were from an insurance company, but wouldn't give a name. Be careful. I show Yara, who nods grimly. It's starting, she says. He's making his move. My parents arrive, looking like they've aged years and days. My father's face is drawn, my mother's eyes shadowed with exhaustion. The sight of them, vulnerable, worried, hits me harder than I expect. Yara, my mother says, embracing her sister. Thank you for calling. Don't thank me yet, Yara replies. We still have a situation to handle. My father turns to me, hesitating before speaking. Delilah, Later, I cut him off. We need to focus on Zayn first. We gather around my small kitchen table, where I lay out everything. The sale of the dragon, the document I signed, Zayn's messages, what Yara told me about his true intentions. I should have seen it, I finish, unable to meet their eyes. I was so angry at you both that I walked right into his trap. We gave you reason to be angry, my mother says quietly. We handled everything badly. My father nods, his usual defensiveness absent. We were ashamed of our financial situation, too proud to admit we needed help. And too thoughtless to consider what selling the apartment would mean to you, my mother adds. Their admission loosened something tight in my chest, but there's no time to process it. What exactly did you sign? My father asks. All business now. I try to remember the document's wording. It was a standard bill of sale, but there was language about him representing my interest for future sales. Future sales of what? My father presses. Just the antiques, or any assets. The realization hits me. It didn't specify. That's how he works, Yara explains. Vague language that can be interpreted broadly. My father stands abruptly. We need a lawyer, now. At 1 a.m, my mother asks. I know someone who'll take my call. He steps away to make the call. My phone buzzes with another text from Zayn. Meeting tomorrow 9 a.m, bringing potential buyers for the entire collection. Big opportunity. I show it to Yara and my mother. He's moving fast, Yara says. Too fast. What does he know that we don't? My mother wonders. My father returns, his expression grim. The development approval is being announced tomorrow morning. Somehow he knows. How could he possibly? I begin. Doesn't matter, my father interrupts. What matters is stopping him before he can claim to represent our interests. The lawyer, my mother asks, meeting us at his office at 7. He looks at me. We need everything you have on Zane, and we need to get back the original document you signed. It's at his office, I say, the converted warehouse downtown. Then that's where we're going, my father says. Tonight. Breaking and entering, my mother asks, alarmed. Retrieving stolen property, he corrects. That document was obtained through fraud. I stare at him, seeing a side of my father I've never witnessed. Determined, almost fierce. You can't be serious. Deadly serious. His eyes meet mine. No one messes with my family. An hour later, we're parked a block from Zane's office building. My father has somehow procured a security uniform and badge. The lawyer will meet us afterward with restraining order paperwork ready to file, he explains. But first, we need that document. This is insane, I whisper. What if we get caught? We won't. He sounds confident. The night guard is an old friend. He'll look the other way for 15 minutes. Enough time for you to get in and out. Me? My voice rises. Why me? Because you've been there. You know which office is his. He hands me a small flashlight. And because you're the only one, he won't immediately call the police on if something goes wrong. He's right, and we all know it. Still, my hands shake as I take the flashlight. What about security cameras? I ask. Handled, my father says simply. I don't ask how. Some things are better not knowing. The night guard nods to my father as we approach, then deliberately turns away, focusing on a monitor that shows a different part of the building. 15 minutes, my father murmurs. Go. The hallways are dimly lit, emergency lights casting long shadows. My footsteps echo despite my attempt to move quietly. I find Zane's office easily. Corner unit, name on the door. Locked, of course. I pull out the credit card Yara gave me, remembering her quick tutorial on lockpicking. It takes 3 tries, but finally, the door clicks open. Inside, I switch on the flashlight, keeping the beam low. His desk is immaculate, files neatly arranged. I start opening drawers, searching for the document. Nothing. I move to the filing cabinet. Locked. I try the credit card trick again, but it's a different type of lock. The minutes tick by. Sweat beads on my forehead as I scan the room, looking for anywhere else he might keep important papers. Then I spot it, a safe built into the wall behind a generic landscape painting. Of course. I'm about to give up when I notice a folder on top of the cabinet labeled Hudson Project. My last name. I grab it, flipping it open. Inside are copies of documents, including the one I signed. But there's more. Printouts of emails between my parents and their development partners, financial projections, even a copy of their investment agreement. How did he get these? No time to wonder. I take photos of everything with my phone, then carefully replace the folder. Just as I'm about to leave, I notice something else. A small jade piece on his desk that looks eerily familiar. The dragon. My dragon. But not damaged anymore. I grab it, fury rising in my throat. The crack was fake, probably created with some kind of removable substance. Footsteps in the hallway freeze me in place. The door handle turns. I dive behind the desk just as the door opens. Light floods the room. I know you're in here, Delilah. Zane's voice, calm and almost amused. Did you really think I wouldn't have my own security system? He steps further into the room. Come out, we need to talk. I stand slowly, the dragon clutched in my hand, my phone with the incriminating photos in my pocket. You lied to me, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. About everything. He smiles, not denying it. Business is business, nothing personal. It feels pretty personal from where I'm standing. He notices the dragon in my hand. Ah, found that, did you? An unfortunate misunderstanding about its condition. Misunderstanding? I laugh bitterly. You created a fake crack to cheat me. I prefer to think of it as negotiation. He takes a step closer. The question is, what are you going to do now? Before I can answer, the office door bursts open again. My father stands there, security badge displayed. She's going to walk out of here, he says firmly. With me. Zane's smile doesn't falter as he looks between my father and me. Robert, what an unexpected pleasure. Step away from my daughter, my father says, his voice low and dangerous. Your daughter broke into my office. Zane counters smoothly. I could have her arrested. And I could have you investigated for fraud. My father steps further into the room. Which would you prefer? I clutch the dragon tighter, its edges digging into my palm. He has documents about your development deal, I tell my father. Private emails, financial projections, everything. Zane's expression flickers for the first time. Insurance, in case things went sideways. How did you get them? My father demands. You'd be surprised how careless people are with their passwords. Zane shrugs, especially when they use the same one for everything, like your wife's maiden name and your anniversary. My father's face darkens. You hacked our accounts. Such an ugly word. Zane turns to me. Delilah, be reasonable. You came to me, remember. I simply saw an opportunity. To manipulate me, I say. To turn me against my family. I merely provided information. You drew your own conclusions. His voice softens. We can still work together. That collection is worth a fortune with the right buyer. For a moment I see it, the temptation he's offering. Money, independence, power, everything I thought I wanted. No, I say firmly, we're done. Think carefully, he warns. That document you signed gives me certain rights. Walking away won't be simple. The document I signed under false pretenses. I pull out my phone, showing him the photos I took. The one where you misrepresented the value of my property, where you created fake damage to lower the price. His eyes narrow. Allegations, unprovable. Not with this. I hold up the dragon. The crack is gone. Funny how that works. And not with these, my father adds, holding up his own phone. Security footage from this office showing you damaging the piece before Delilah arrived for your meeting. Zane's composure cracks. Impossible. My security system has an external backup that transmits to the building's main server, my father finishes. A server my company installed 10 years ago. I stare at my father, seeing him clearly for perhaps the first time. Not just the distant, disapproving parent I've always resented, but a man with skills and connections I never bothered to understand. Here's what's going to happen, my father continues. You're going to return the money you paid my daughter. You're going to sign a statement acknowledging that your contract with her was obtained fraudulently, and you're going to delete every document you stole from our accounts. Or what? Zane challenges, though his confidence is visibly shaken. Or we press charges, I say, for fraud, theft, computer crimes, all of it. It would be your word against mine. It would be our evidence against your denials, my father corrects. And I don't think your other clients would appreciate learning about your methods. Zane is silent, calculating. I can almost see him running through scenarios, looking for an escape route. You have until morning to decide, my father says. Our lawyer will contact you at 9. He gestures for me to precede him out the door. I move past Zane, still clutching the dragon. Keep it, Zane says suddenly. Consider it a parting gift. I don't want your gifts, I reply, placing the dragon deliberately on his desk. I just want you out of my life. Outside, my mother and Yara are waiting anxiously in the car. As we approach, I see the relief wash over my mother's face. Did you get it? She asks. My father nods. And more. We have everything we need. The drive back to my apartment is quiet, each of us lost in thought. It's only when we're inside, the door locked behind us, that the adrenaline finally drains away, leaving me shaky and exhausted. I'm sorry, I say, the words inadequate but necessary. For believing him, for not trusting you. My mother takes my hand. We gave you reason to doubt us. That doesn't excuse what I almost did, What did you almost do? My father asks quietly. I look at him, deciding on honesty. I was going to use the money from the antiques to hurt you somehow, to make you feel as abandoned as I felt. He nods slowly. I understand that impulse better than you might think. You do? Why do you think I've worked so hard all these years? He asks. My father walked out when I was 12, left us with nothing. Everything I've done since has been to ensure security, to never be that vulnerable again. This revelation stuns me. My father has never spoken about his childhood. We should have told you about selling the apartment, my mother adds. About our financial situation. We were trying to protect you, but we ended up pushing you away instead. And I let my hurt feelings make me vulnerable to someone like Zane, I admit. We all made mistakes, Yara says, speaking for the first time since we returned. The question is, what happens now? My father clears his throat. The offer still stands, Delilah. We need a co-signer for the mortgage, but only if you want to help. I look at them, really look at them. My imperfect, proud, loving parents who made mistakes, but came running when I needed them. Who fought for me tonight without hesitation. I'll sign, I say, on one condition. Name it, my father says. No more secrets. We talk about things, the hard things, the embarrassing things, all of it. My mother smiles, tears in her eyes. Deal. And one more thing, I add. I want to be part of the development project, not just as a signature on a loan, but as a partner. My father looks surprised, then thoughtful. You want to work with us? I want to build something, I say, instead of tearing things down. He nods slowly. We can make that happen. Morning light begins to filter through my windows as we finalize our plans. The lawyer will meet with Zane. The documents will be signed. The development will move forward, with me as part of it. As my parents prepare to leave, my mother pauses at the door. Your grandmother would be proud of you, she says softly. Not for the antiques or the money, but for finding your voice. After they're gone, I sit alone in my apartment, surrounded by the remaining pieces of my grandmother's collection. Each one tells a story, not just of its origin, but of her life, her choices, her legacy. I pick up a small music box, opening it to hear the familiar melody. Inside, tucked beneath the mechanism, is a note I've never noticed before. In my grandmother's handwriting, the true inheritance is not in these objects, but in the strength to forge your own path while remembering where you came from. I close the box, the music fading slowly into silence. For the first time in years, I feel neither adrift nor anchored to the past, but balanced perfectly between what was and what could be.
I knew something was wrong the moment I stepped into the ballroom. The air felt too thick, like trying to breathe underwater, and the champagne flute in my hand suddenly weighed 1,000 pounds. That's when I saw her. My wedding dress. My goddamn wedding dress on another woman's body. I froze mid-step, my heel clicking against marble with a sound that seemed to echo only in my head. Around me, the engagement party continued. Laughter, clinking glasses, the soft hum of expensive people having expensive conversations. But I couldn't hear any of it clearly. Just white noise and the thundering of my pulse. "Elena, you actually came!" Adam's voice cut through my shock. My ex-husband materialized beside me, his familiar cologne hitting me a second before his words did. "Didn't think you'd have the guts." I stared at him. This man I'd spent 6 years loving, trying to reconcile the Adam I knew with this stranger, wearing a smirk that never used to be there. "Why is she wearing my dress?" The question came out steadier than I felt. He laughed, taking a sip of his whiskey. "Oh, that. Angela found it at this vintage boutique. Isn't that wild? She fell in love with it. Complete coincidence." Bullshit. Complete bullshit. That dress had been custom-made, hand-beaded, one of a kind. You know that's not possible. I kept my voice low, even as I felt heat crawling up my neck. "Maybe you're not as unique as you think, Elena." His eyes flicked over me, assessing. "Anyway, Angela wears it better. You've put on what, 15 pounds since the divorce?" The comment landed like a slap. I'd lost weight, actually. 10 pounds of stress and heartache that melted away while I cried myself to sleep for months. I watched his new fiancée, young, blonde, laughing, twirling in my dress. My dress. The one thing I'd kept from our marriage besides scars. I'd sold it to a high-end consignment shop 3 months ago in what my therapist called a powerful act of closure. Some closure. Adam, you need to tell me the truth. Did you... Elena, I'm so glad you could make it. Olive, Adam's mother, appeared with her knife-edge smile. She'd never liked me. Too ambitious, too opinionated. Not the proper corporate wife her precious son deserved. Olive, I managed a tight smile. Congratulations on your future daughter-in-law. She looks familiar. Something flickered in her eyes. Satisfaction, maybe. Angela is exactly what Adam needs. You two were never quite right together, were you? Before I could respond, Adam's arm snaked around my waist, steering me away. His fingers dug into my hip, a warning. Let's get you a fresh drink, he muttered. You're making a scene. I wasn't, but I wanted to. At the bar, away from his mother, I turned to face him. Did you buy my dress from Eloise's Vintage? Did you specifically seek out my wedding dress for your child bride to wear to your engagement party that you invited me to? His smile never reached his eyes. You're being paranoid. It's just a dress. It's my dress. Was your dress. Past tense. Like our marriage. He signaled the bartender. Another whiskey, and whatever will calm her down. He nodded toward me. I don't need anything, I told the bartender. Then to Adam, why invite me at all? To torture me? Closure, Elena. I thought you'd appreciate the gesture. Aren't you the one who's always talking about healthy boundaries and moving on? He mimicked my voice on the last words. Besides, everyone's here. Wouldn't look right if my ex-wife was the only person missing. Everyone. I glanced around and spotted familiar faces from our shared life. Colleagues from his investment firm. Country club friends. Even my former sister-in-law, who'd sworn she'd always be my friend. All of them watching Angela float around in my dress, probably whispering about poor, discarded Elena. You're enjoying this, I realized aloud. Adam's smile widened. Don't be dramatic. I'm just celebrating my engagement. A burst of applause drew our attention. Angela stood in the center of the room, radiant in my dress, raising her glass. I just want to thank everyone for coming tonight, she gushed, and especially Elena for being so supportive. Not every ex-wife would be this gracious. All eyes turned to me, expectant, judging. I raised my glass mechanically, feeling like I was outside my body, watching this humiliation unfold. To new beginnings, I said, the words ash in my mouth. The crowd echoed the toast. Adam squeezed my shoulder, a gesture that might look friendly to others, but felt like a victory lap. See? Painless, he whispered. As people returned to their conversations, I caught Angela watching me. For just a second, her perfect smile slipped, revealing something calculating beneath. Then she winked at me before turning back to her admirers. That wink changed everything. This wasn't a coincidence. This was orchestrated. Every detail, the dress, the invite, the public humiliation, designed to break me. I set down my untouched drink. I need to use the restroom. Adam wasn't listening anymore, already drifting back toward his bride-to-be. I didn't head for the bathroom. Instead, I walked straight to the coat check, collected my things, and stepped into the cool night air. They thought they knew me, fragile, predictable Elena, who'd crumble under pressure. They were wrong. I pulled out my phone and made a call. Celeste, it's me. I need your help with something. He did what? Celeste's voice crackled through my phone as I paced the sidewalk outside the hotel. 3 a.m. And sleep wasn't even a distant possibility. Had his new fiancée wear my wedding dress to their engagement party. My actual wedding dress. That's not just petty, that's pathological. Celeste had been my friend since college, before Adam, before everything. She'd never liked him. And you're absolutely sure it was yours? The left shoulder strap had that tiny repair where it tore during our first dance. I'd know that dress anywhere. My breath clouded in the night air. And then Angela winked at me, like we were sharing a joke. "What are you going to do?" I stopped under a streetlight, watching moths batter themselves against the glass. "I don't know yet, but I'm done being the sad ex-wife they can parade around for entertainment." "Elena," Celeste's tone shifted. "I get that you're hurt, but it's not about being hurt. It's about being played." I resumed pacing. "He's trying to erase me, replace me with a younger model, and make me watch. And everyone's letting him. So don't let him. Walk away. Live your best life. That's the real revenge." I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. "That's what my therapist says. But you didn't see his face, Celeste. He's winning, and he knows it." A car drove past, its headlights briefly illuminating the empty street. For a moment, I saw my shadow stretched long against the pavement, thin and distorted, barely there. "Come over," Celeste said finally. "You shouldn't be alone right now." Celeste's apartment was exactly what I needed. Warm, cluttered, safe. She handed me a mug of tea spiked with something stronger and settled beside me on her worn couch. "Start from the beginning," she said. "Not just tonight. When did things with Adam start feeling off?" I wrapped my hands around the mug. "Remember that business trip to Vancouver last year? He came back different, distant, started working late, guarding his phone." I took a sip, welcoming the burn. "I thought he was having an affair, but he swore he wasn't. Made me feel crazy for asking. Then, 3 months later, he tells me he needs space and moves out. And 2 months after that, he files for divorce," Celeste finished. "Fast-tracked it, too. His lawyer was brutal." I stared into my tea. "Then suddenly he's engaged to Angela, who's 10 years younger and works at his firm. The ink on our divorce papers was barely dry." Celeste tucked her legs under her. "So you think they were together before?" "I know they were, but that's not even what bothers me most." I set down my mug. "It's how he's rewriting our history, telling everyone I was cold, career-obsessed, didn't want children. But you put your promotion on hold when you were trying for a baby. 3 rounds of IVF, all while managing his mother's constant disappointment." My voice cracked. "And now he has the nerve to parade around this girl wearing my wedding dress like some sick trophy." Celeste was quiet for a moment. "What did you mean when you said you needed my help?" I hesitated. "I want the truth. About when their affair started. About what he's been telling people. I need to know if I've been the villain in his story all along. And then what? Then I decide if he deserves to keep his perfect new life intact." Celeste studied me. "That doesn't sound like you, Elena. Maybe I'm tired of being me." I met her gaze. "The me that everyone walks over." She reached for her laptop. "I'm not helping you do anything crazy, but information, that I can do." She typed for a moment. "Angela Kent, right? Let's see what social media tells us." We spent the next hour scrolling through Angela's Instagram, carefully curated photos of brunches, yoga poses, and, starting 8 months ago, subtle hints of a new relationship. No faces, just masculine hands holding coffee cups, the edge of a familiar watch. 8 months, I whispered. We were still together. "Wait, look at this!" Celeste pointed to a photo from last summer. Angela on a boat, Vancouver's skyline behind her. The caption, "Business trips don't have to be all business," with a winking emoji. Vancouver! My stomach clenched. That's when it started. Celeste clicked through to the comments. One caught my eye. "Our secret's getting harder to keep. Worth it, though." From a private account with only Adam's initials. "I need to sit down." "You are sitting down." "Then I need to stand up." I paced Celeste's living room. He was with her in Vancouver, while I was injecting myself with hormones and planning our future. "Elena!" My phone buzzed with a text. Unknown number. "I saw you leave early. We should talk. There's more you don't know. Meet tomorrow? Wayne." "Who's Wayne?" Celeste asked, reading over my shoulder. "Adam's colleague. Quiet guy, always seemed uncomfortable around me." I frowned at the message. Why would he want to talk to me? Could be a trap. Adam sending someone to see how you're handling things. I considered this. Or he could have information. Be careful. Celeste took my phone and typed a response. What kind of information? The reply came quickly. The kind that explains why she was wearing your dress and why Adam's mother hates you so much, not over text. I looked at Celeste, something new unfurling in my chest. Not hope exactly, something sharper. I'm meeting him, I decided. Not alone, you're not. I need to do this myself. I took my phone back. But I'll meet him somewhere public, I typed. Tomorrow, noon, the coffee shop on 9th. His response was immediate. I'll be there. And Elena, bring the flash drive from your desk drawer. The one Adam doesn't know about. My blood went cold. I hadn't thought about that flash drive in months. It contained backup files from when I'd helped Adam organize his home office last year, including financial records I'd never opened. How does he know about that? Celeste whispered. I stared at my phone, mind racing. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. I arrived at the coffee shop 20 minutes early, flash drive heavy in my coat pocket. Sleep had been impossible after leaving Celeste's apartment. Instead, I'd gone home and dug through old boxes until I found it. A small black rectangle containing pieces of Adam's life I'd never examined. The barista had just set down my Americano when I spotted Wayne entering, scanning the room with nervous energy. He looked different outside the office context, more human in jeans and a worn leather jacket than the crisp suits Adam insisted his team wear. He noticed me and approached, hands shoved deep in his pockets. You came, he said, sliding into the seat across from me. You made it sound important. Wayne ordered coffee, then leaned forward. I wasn't sure you'd bring it. He nodded toward my pocket, where I'd been unconsciously fingering the flash drive. I haven't decided if I'm giving it to you. I studied his face for signs of deception. How do you even know about it? Adam's been looking for it. Tore apart his office last week, then called Angela in a panic. Wayne's coffee arrived, but he ignored it. He thinks you might have taken it deliberately. Yeah, I didn't. I trailed off, remembering. We were organizing his home office before a tax audit. I backed up his financial documents as a precaution. Did you ever look at those files? I shook my head. It was just routine. Why would I? Wayne took a sip of his coffee, grimacing at the heat. Because Adam's been running 2 sets of books for years, one for the IRS, one for his clients. The words didn't make sense at first. Adam was arrogant, controlling, unfaithful. But a criminal? That's a serious accusation, I said carefully. It's why I left the firm 3 months ago. I found discrepancies, confronted him, and he offered me money to stay quiet. Wayne's voice was low, steady. I refused. He threatened to ruin my reputation if I went to the authorities. Why are you telling me this? Because that flash drive might contain proof. And because you deserve to know what kind of man you were married to. I pulled out the drive, turning it over in my hands. This doesn't explain the wedding dress. Wayne's expression darkened. That was Angela's idea. She found out you'd sold it and specifically tracked it down. She's not just Adam's girlfriend. She's his partner in everything. Including fraud? Especially that. She's the one who handles most of the offshore accounts. My head was spinning. Wait, back up. Adam's mother was at that party, watching Angela wear my dress. She had to know what they were doing. Olive doesn't just know, she introduced them. Wayne leaned closer. Vancouver last year? That was a setup. Olive had been pushing Angela at Adam for months. She never thought you were good enough for her son. The revelation hit like a physical blow. All those dinners with Olive, trying desperately to win her approval while she was actively working to replace me. How do you know all this? I asked, voice barely steady. Adam drinks, talks too much when he does. Wayne hesitated, and Angela and I dated briefly before she set her sights on Adam. I stared at him. So this is about revenge for you? Initially, maybe. He didn't flinch from my gaze. Now it's about doing what's right. Adam's stealing from people who trust him. Elderly clients, family friends. I closed my fingers around the flash drive. If what you're saying is true, Why not take this to the SEC yourself? Because they'll need more than just those files. They'll need testimony from someone on the inside. Wayne's eyes met mine. Someone like his ex-wife who had access to his home office, who might have noticed things. I didn't notice anything. Are you sure? Think back, Elena. The late-night calls he'd take in another room, the trips that never quite made sense. Memories surfaced. Adam insisting I never touch his work papers, the locked drawer in his desk, the unexplained cash deposits I'd glimpsed in our joint account before he moved all our finances to separate banks. I struggled for words. This is a lot. I know, and I'm sorry to dump it on you. Wayne looked genuinely apologetic. But when I saw you at that party, saw what they were doing to you. You were there? I interrupted. I didn't see you. I wasn't invited. I was meeting a friend at the hotel bar and saw you leave. Recognized that look on your face. His smile was grim. It's the same one I had when I realized who Adam really was. I took a long sip of my coffee, trying to process everything. What exactly are you suggesting I do? Help me build a case. Check what's on that drive. If there's evidence, we take it to the authorities together. And if I don't want to get involved? Wayne shrugged. That's your choice. But ask yourself, do you really want to let them win? Let them humiliate you and walk away clean? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with a text. I glanced down and felt my stomach drop. Where are you? We need to talk. I'm outside your apartment. Adam. I showed Wayne the message. He knows, Wayne said quietly. Someone must have seen us. Or he's tracking my phone. A chill ran through me. He always knew my passwords. You need to be careful. Adam won't hesitate to destroy anyone who threatens him. Wayne stood. Don't go home, not yet. I can't just disappear. No, but you can buy time. He pulled out his phone. Text him back. Tell him you're shopping or at the gym, somewhere he can't easily check. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. This was the moment. Step into this conspiracy or walk away. I typed, at yoga. Need space after last night. Talk tomorrow? Adam's response was immediate. Fine. Dinner tomorrow, 7 p.m. We need to discuss some items of yours I found. I looked up at Wayne. He's bluffing, trying to see if I have the drive. Probably. Wayne held out his hand. So what's it going to be, Elena? Are you in? I pocketed the flash drive and stood up. I'm not giving you this, not yet, but I'll look at it myself. Fair enough. He nodded. But don't do it at home or on any device Adam might have access to. I'm not stupid. No, Wayne said, something like admiration in his eyes. I don't think you are. That's why they're scared of you. As I walked out, that thought settled into my bones. They were scared of me, not the other way around. And for the first time since seeing Angela in my wedding dress, I felt something close to power. I sat in Celeste's spare bedroom, staring at her laptop screen as files populated the window. My hands trembled slightly as I clicked through Adam's financial records, the reality of what I was seeing slowly sinking in. This can't be right, I muttered. Celeste leaned over my shoulder. What am I looking at? 2 different account statements for the same time period. I pointed to the screen. This one shows a $50,000 loss for the Gardner Retirement Fund. This one shows a $120,000 gain. Maybe it's for different clients? I shook my head. Same account number. He's showing losses to some people and gains to others. I clicked through more files. There are dozens like this. And look, offshore transfers to accounts in the Caymans. Holy shit! Celeste straightened. Your ex-husband is running a Ponzi scheme. The words hung in the air, making it all real. Adam wasn't just a cheater. He was a criminal. I lived with him for 6 years, I said quietly. How did I not see this? Because he didn't want you to. Celeste squeezed my shoulder. What are you going to do? Before I could answer, my phone rang. Phoebe, my younger sister. Hey, I need to take this. I stepped into the hallway. Phoebe, what's up? Where are you? Her voice was tight with tension. "Adam's looking for you. He came by my place." My stomach dropped. "What? Why?" "Said he needed to talk to you about some financial documents that went missing during your divorce. Said it was urgent." She paused. "Elena, he seemed really on edge. What's going on?" I closed my eyes, leaning against the wall. "It's complicated." "Did you tell him where I was?" "Of course not. I said we hadn't talked in days." Another pause. "Which is true, by the way. You've been MIA since the divorce." The guilt hit hard. I had withdrawn from everyone, including my sister. "I'm sorry, Phoebe. Things have been difficult." "Yeah, well, difficulty seems to be following you." Adam brought his mother with him. "Olive was there?" Alarm shot through me. "She spent the whole time making these little comments about how worried they are about your mental state since the divorce. How you've been acting erratically." Phoebe's voice hardened. "They're setting something up, Elena. Creating a narrative." My mind raced. If Adam suspected I had evidence of his fraud, he'd do anything to discredit me. "Phoebe, listen to me. Don't tell anyone you've spoken to me, okay? Not even Mom." "You're scaring me." "I'm fine. I just need some time to handle something." I took a deep breath. "Do you trust me?" "You know I do." "Then trust that I'm okay, and I'll explain everything soon." After hanging up, I returned to find Celeste staring at the laptop with a troubled expression. "There's something else," she said, turning the screen toward me. "Look at these emails." I scanned the correspondence between Adam and his mother. Plans for the Vancouver trip. Discussions about Angela. And then I saw my name. "Elena's getting suspicious. We need to accelerate the timeline." "Are the papers ready? Remember, we need to protect the assets before she finds anything." "Don't worry about Elena. She trusts you completely. She'll sign whatever you put in front of her." The emails were dated 3 weeks before Adam asked for a divorce. "They planned everything," I whispered. "The separation, the divorce, all of it." "Elena," Celeste hesitated. "These divorce papers. Did you read them carefully before signing?" I thought back to those awful days, signing whatever my lawyer put in front of me, just wanting it to be over. I trusted my attorney. "Who recommended your attorney?" The realization hit like ice water. "Adam did. He said since he was the one leaving, he'd cover the legal fees." Celeste's expression confirmed my fear. "You need to get copies of what you signed." My phone buzzed with a text from Adam. "We need to talk tonight, not tomorrow. This is serious, Elena." Another text followed immediately. "If you're worried about the IRS questions, I can help. Just need those backup files you might have." "He's getting desperate," I said, showing Celeste. "Which makes him dangerous." She closed the laptop. "You can't meet him." "If I don't, he'll know something's wrong." I paced the small room. "I need to buy time." "For what?" "To figure out what to do with this information." I gestured to the laptop. "Wayne wants to go to the SEC, but what if Adam has connections there too? What if no one believes me?" Celeste considered this. "What about Angela? Could she be turned against him?" I remembered Angela's wink at the party. "No, Wayne says she's in on everything." "Then we need leverage, something that would make Adam back off." An idea formed. Risky, possibly reckless, but it might work. "I need to go to my apartment," I said suddenly. "What? No, Adam might be waiting there." "Not for what you're thinking." I grabbed my coat. "There's a hidden safe in my closet. Adam doesn't know about it. I kept insurance there." "Insurance?" "Sat, after I found lipstick on his collar 2 years ago, I started keeping records. Screenshots of suspicious texts I saw on his phone. Recordings of conversations where he discussed clients." I met Celeste's concerned gaze. "I never used them because I wanted to believe him when he said nothing was happening. But they're there." "That's still too dangerous." "I'll be careful. Text Adam and tell him I'm meeting him at that Italian place he likes at ADL's. That gives me time to get in and out of my apartment." "And if he's already there?" "Then I'll deal with it." I felt a strange calm settling over me. "I'm done running from him, Celeste." As I headed for the door, My phone buzzed with another message. Not from Adam this time, but Wayne. Angela just called me. They know we met. Be careful. They're pulling bank records to see if you've accessed any accounts. Don't go home. Too late. I was already halfway to my car, determination hardening into something stronger. For 6 years, Adam had written our story. Now I was taking back the pen. Rain pounded the windshield as I parked a block from my apartment building. Perfect weather for what I was about to do. Dark enough to provide cover, miserable enough to keep people indoors. I pulled my hood up and checked my phone one last time. 8:15 p.m. Adam would be at the restaurant by now, checking his watch, growing increasingly irritated as I failed to show. Good. I moved quickly through the rain, scanning for his car or any sign of Olive. The street was clear, but anxiety still crawled up my spine as I approached my building. This was either very smart or incredibly stupid. The lobby was empty. I took the stairs instead of the elevator, not wanting to announce my arrival with a ding. At my door, I paused, listening. Silence. I unlocked it as quietly as possible and slipped inside. My apartment felt different, like someone else's space. Had Adam been here? I moved through the darkened rooms, not daring to turn on lights, using my phone's flashlight to navigate to my bedroom closet. The safe was hidden behind a false panel at the back, installed years ago when I'd briefly dated a security consultant. I'd never told Adam about it, my one secret in a relationship where he demanded total transparency. I slid the panel aside and entered the combination. Inside lay a small fireproof box containing exactly what I'd come for: a USB drive, a small recording device, and a folder of printed documents. As I reached for them, a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, heart hammering. Looking for something? Angela stood in my bedroom doorway, silhouetted against the hall light she'd switched on. I clutched the box to my chest. What are you doing in my apartment? Waiting for you. She stepped forward, surprisingly calm. Adam thought you might come here. So he sent his attack dog while he hides at the restaurant? I backed up against the closet. Classy. Adam doesn't know I'm here. She perched on the edge of my bed, looking oddly at home. I came on my own. That caught me off guard. Why? Because we need to talk, woman to woman. She gestured to the box in my arms. About whatever you think you have there, and about what I'm wearing. You mean my wedding dress? The anger I'd been suppressing flared. Was that your idea or his? Mine. She didn't even have the decency to look ashamed. I wanted to see you up close. The woman Adam couldn't stop talking about even after you were gone. If you came to gloat, I came to warn you. Her voice sharpened. You have no idea what you're getting into, Elena. Adam isn't just angry, he's scared. And that makes him dangerous. I studied her face, trying to read her angle. Why would you care? Because I've seen what happens to people who threaten him. She twisted the engagement ring on her finger. His last assistant found some discrepancies in the books. Asked too many questions. Now she can't get hired anywhere in finance. Is that supposed to scare me? It should. Adam has powerful friends. He's already talking to people about your fragile mental state since the divorce. The same narrative Olive had been feeding Phoebe. I felt cold despite the stuffiness of the room. Wayne told you about the fraud, didn't he? Angela continued. About the 2 sets of books? I kept my expression neutral. Why would Wayne tell me anything? Don't play dumb. We know you met with him. She leaned forward. What you don't know is that Wayne isn't the white knight he pretends to be. He was happy to look the other way until Adam passed him over for promotion. You're lying. Am I? Ask him about the Dennison account. Ask him where that money really went. My grip tightened on the box. If you're trying to confuse me, I'm trying to give you an out. Angela stood up. Walk away, Elena. Give Adam whatever files you have, sign a non-disclosure agreement, and he'll make it worth your while. You think I can be bought? Everyone has a price. She shrugged. Yours is $500,000. Enough to start over somewhere new. The offer hung in the air between us. $500,000 to forget what I'd seen, to let them continue stealing from people who trusted them. Why the wedding dress? I asked suddenly. If this is about buying me off, why humiliate me first? Something flickered across her face. Discomfort, maybe even guilt. That was a miscalculation. Adam said it would help break your confidence. She looked away. I didn't realize how it would feel, wearing another woman's memories. But you did it anyway. Yes. Her eyes met mine again, harder now. Because that's what it takes to survive in Adam's world. Compromise, sacrifice, doing things that make you hate yourself a little. The rain drummed against the windows, filling the silence between us. Is that what you want? I asked quietly. To survive in Adam's world? For a moment, her mask slipped. I saw uncertainty, maybe even fear. Then it was gone. What I want doesn't matter anymore. She moved toward the door. You have 24 hours to decide. After that, Adam will do whatever it takes to protect himself. And what about you? Will you do whatever it takes to protect him? She paused in the doorway. I'll do whatever it takes to protect myself. Her eyes flicked to the box in my hands. Just like you're doing. After she left, I stood frozen, listening to her footsteps fade down the hallway. The apartment door opened and closed. I sank onto my bed, mind racing. Angela's warning seemed genuine, but so did her threat. And her comment about Wayne troubled me. What if he wasn't the ally I thought? My phone buzzed with a text from Adam. Where are you? We had a deal. Then another. Just talked to Angela. Smart move coming home. Let's meet tomorrow. My office, 10 a.m. So Angela had already reported back to him. Whatever moment of honesty we'd shared was over. I opened the box and examined its contents. The recordings, the documents, evidence of Adam's indiscretions, but nothing concrete about the fraud. Not enough to protect me if he came after me with everything he had. I needed more, and I knew exactly where to get it. I texted Wayne. We need to talk about the Dennison account. His response was immediate. Who told you about that? Your move, Wayne, I wrote back. Either you're with me or you're with them. Wayne chose a diner on the outskirts of town for our meeting, the kind of place with sticky laminate menus and waitresses who called everyone Hun. I arrived first, sliding into a back booth with a clear view of both entrances. My evidence box sat beside me, a physical reminder of what was at stake. I'd barely slept after my encounter with Angela, her warnings mixing with memories of Adam until I couldn't separate truth from manipulation. Wayne arrived looking worse than I felt. Unshaven, dark circles under his eyes, constantly glancing over his shoulder. You're being followed, he said without preamble, sliding into the booth. What? How do you know? Because I've been followed for 3 days. He ordered coffee when the waitress approached, then leaned forward. Black sedan, 2 men. They're parked across the street. I resisted the urge to look. Adam's doing? Probably. After you texted about Dennison, I knew they'd made contact. His eyes dropped to the box. Is that what I think it is? Depends what you think it is. I kept my hand firmly on the lid. Before we go any further, I need the truth about Dennison. Wayne's jaw tightened. Who told you about that account? Angela paid me a visit last night, said you weren't as innocent as you pretend to be. He laughed without humor. Of course she did. They're trying to turn us against each other. So there's nothing to tell? The waitress delivered his coffee. Wayne waited until she was out of earshot. Dennison was one of Adam's first fraudulent accounts, 5 years ago. He stirred his coffee without drinking it. I helped set it up. That's what Angela wanted you to know. The admission hung between us. I'd expected denials, not confession. So you were part of this? Yes. Before I understood what Adam was really doing. Wayne's knuckles whitened around his mug. He said it was a tax strategy for a difficult client. By the time I realized we were stealing from people's retirement funds, I was already implicated. Why should I trust you now? Because I'm the only one with nothing left to lose. He finally met my eyes. Adam took everything, my career, my reputation. All I have left is the chance to make this right. I studied him, searching for deception. Found only exhaustion and something that looked like regret. "What's in the box, Elena?" I hesitated, then opened it. Evidence of Adam's affairs. Recordings of him discussing clients inappropriately. Nothing concrete about the fraud. "It's not enough." Wayne shook his head. "Adam will claim you doctored the recordings out of spite. So what do? We need to get into his office computer. The real records are there, password protected." Wayne lowered his voice. "And we need to move fast. Word is the SEC might already be looking into the firm. Isn't that what we want? Not if Adam destroys evidence first. Or worse, frames someone else." His eyes met mine. Like his unstable ex-wife who's been acting erratically since their divorce. The same narrative Olive had been spreading. I felt sick. "I'm meeting Adam at his office today at 10, I said. "He thinks I'm returning the flash drive. That's too dangerous. It's also our only chance to access his computer." I leaned forward. "I'll distract him. You tell me exactly what to look for and where." Wayne started to protest, then stopped, considering. "It could work, but you'll need this." He slid a small device across the table. "It's a keystroke logger. If you can get it plugged into his computer, it will capture his passwords." I pocketed it, heart racing. "What about the men following you?" "I'll lose them. I've done it before." He glanced at his watch. "You should go. Take a different route back, just in case." As I gathered my things, Wayne caught my wrist. "Elena, there's something else you should know. About Angela." "What about her?" "She wasn't just Adam's mistress. She was Olive's goddaughter." His expression was grim. "This whole thing, your marriage, the divorce, it might have been planned from the beginning." The diner seemed to tilt around me. "That's not possible. We were married for 6 years." "Long cons take time, especially when there's serious money involved." Wayne released my wrist. "Just be careful. Trust no one." I left the diner in a daze, Wayne's words echoing. Could my entire marriage have been a setup? It seemed too elaborate, too cruel even for Adam. Yet as I drove toward the office building that had once been like a second home, memories resurfaced with new context. How Adam had pursued me relentlessly after we met at a charity event, Olive's charity event. How he'd insisted I quit my job at a competing firm to avoid conflicts of interest. How he'd managed our finances from day one. By the time I pulled into the parking garage, a cold clarity had settled over me. Whether Wayne was right about everything or not, one thing was certain. I'd been played. My phone buzzed with a text from Celeste. "Are you sure about this? We could still go to the police." I typed back. "With what? They'll believe Adam over me. I need proof." "Be careful. Call me the second you're out." I tucked my phone away and checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. I looked calm, collected. Nothing like the turmoil inside me. The security guard nodded as I entered the building, recognizing me from my years as Adam's wife. "Mrs. Warren, haven't seen you in ages." "It's Ms. Warren now, Rick." I forced a smile. "Just stopping by to drop something off." "Mr. Warren's expecting you. Go right up." The elevator ride to the 12th floor gave me time to steady my breathing, to rehearse my approach. I needed to appear conciliatory, maybe even a little afraid. When the doors opened, Angela was waiting. "Elena." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Adam's on a call. He asked me to get you settled in his office." "How convenient." She led me down the hallway, heels clicking on marble. "Did you consider our offer?" "I'm here, aren't I?" At Adam's office door, she paused. "For what it's worth, I meant what I said last night. About being careful." Before I could respond, the door opened and Adam appeared, phone still pressed to his ear. "I'll call you back," he said to whoever was on the line. His eyes locked on mine, cold and calculating. "Elena, right on time." As I stepped into his office, I felt the weight of every decision that had led to this moment. There would be no going back after today. "Let's talk," I said, closing the door behind me. Adam's office hadn't changed. The same mahogany desk, The same view of the city skyline, the same photo of us on our honeymoon that he'd never bothered to remove. I wondered if clients found it reassuring, this fiction of a happy marriage preserved in a silver frame. "You look tired," he said, gesturing for me to sit. I remained standing. Funny how fraud investigations will do that to a person. His smile faltered for just a moment, before returning, tighter than before. "Always so dramatic, Elena. There's no investigation." "Not yet." We studied each other across the expanse of his desk. I'd once found his confidence attractive. Now I saw it for what it was, the practiced ease of a man accustomed to getting away with everything. "Do you have what I asked for?" He held out his hand. I reached into my bag and produced the flash drive. Not the one with the evidence, but an identical decoy Wayne had provided. "Before I give you this, I want answers." I kept my voice steady. "About Angela, about the wedding dress, about all of it." Adam sighed, lowering his hand. "What do you want to know?" "How long were you planning to replace me?" "It wasn't like that." "Wasn't it? Angela is Olive's goddaughter. That's quite a coincidence." Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise that I knew, quickly masked. "Who told you that?" "Does it matter?" "It's true, isn't it?" He leaned back in his chair. "Yes, Angela is Olive's goddaughter, but that has nothing to do with us." "So you didn't meet her through your mother? Weren't pushed together at every opportunity?" I stepped closer to his desk. "Wasn't groomed to take my place? You're creating conspiracies where there are none." Adam stood, moving to the window. "Our marriage ended because we wanted different things. You were obsessed with having a baby, with fitting some perfect family mold. I went through IVF because you wanted children." The words burst out before I could stop them. "You were the one who talked about legacy, about carrying on the Warren name. And you were the one who failed to deliver." The cruelty in his voice was casual, practiced. 3 rounds of IVF, Elena. All that money spent, and nothing to show for it. The room seemed to tilt. We'd never spoken so bluntly about our fertility struggles. In all our fights, he'd never directly blamed me. "So that's why you cheated? Because I couldn't get pregnant?" "I cheated because you were no longer the woman I married." He turned back to face me. "You became obsessed, desperate. It wasn't attractive." Each word was a precision strike, targeting old insecurities. I recognized the technique now, the way he'd always twisted arguments to make me doubt myself. Not this time. I placed the flash drive on his desk. "You know what I think? I think you never wanted children with me. I think it was a convenient excuse to make me feel inadequate while you set up your exit strategy." "That's absurd." "Is it? Because the timeline works perfectly. You pushed for IVF, knowing the hormones will make me emotional. You use that to paint me as unstable. Meanwhile, you're embezzling from clients and setting up Angela as my replacement." Adam's expression hardened. "You need to be very careful about what you're implying, Elena." "Or what? You'll ruin me? Spread rumors about my mental health?" I laughed, the sound sharp in the quiet office. "You're already doing that." He moved toward me, stopping just inches away. "Give me the real flash drive, not this decoy." My heart stuttered. He knew. "I don't know what you're talking about. Wayne isn't as loyal as you think." Adam smiled coldly. "He called me this morning, told me everything." The betrayal hit like a physical blow. Wayne had set me up. All those warnings about being careful, about trust, while he was playing both sides. I needed to get out of there. "We're done here." I turned toward the door. Adam caught my arm, fingers digging in. "We're done when I say we're done." The old Elena would have flinched, would have tried to placate him. The new Elena twisted out of his grip and stepped back. "Don't touch me." "Or what?" He advanced again. "What exactly do you think you can do to me, Elena? I have everything, the money, the connections, the credibility. You have nothing. I have the truth." "The truth?" He laughed. "No one cares about the truth. They care about perception. And the perception is that you're a bitter ex-wife trying to destroy me because I moved on. As he spoke, I noticed his computer on the desk behind him. The keystroke logger felt heavy in my pocket. I needed to distract him. "The wedding dress," I said suddenly. "Why did you do that?" The question caught him off guard. "What? Why have Angela wear my wedding dress? What was the point of that cruelty?" Something like satisfaction crossed his face. "Because I wanted to see if you still cared, if you still had feelings for me." "That's pathetic." "Is it? You showed up. You let it hurt you." He stepped closer again. "You still love me, Elena. That's your problem. You always will." The arrogance, the absolute certainty in his voice ignited something in me. Not anger, but clarity. In that moment, I saw him completely. Not the man I'd loved, but the hollow shell I'd projected my hopes onto. "No, Adam, I don't love you." I met his gaze steadily. "I don't even know you, and I'm not sure I ever did." Confusion flickered across his face, quickly replaced by anger. "Enough games. Where's the real flash drive?" "With people you can't reach." I took a deliberate step toward his desk, toward his computer. "People who already have copies of everything." "You're bluffing." Am I?" I picked up the photo of us from his desk. "You know what's interesting about this frame? It's the one I gave you for our first anniversary, the one with the hidden compartment." His eyes widened slightly. I'd struck a nerve. "What hidden compartment?" I turned the frame over, pressing the secret latch I'd shown him years ago. A latch he'd apparently forgotten. The back panel slid open, revealing a small recording device. "The one that's been recording this entire conversation." I smiled as his face drained of color. "Including your admission about Angela and your mother." "Give me that." He lunged for the frame. I sidestepped him, using his momentum to slip behind his desk. In one fluid motion, I plugged the keystroke logger into his computer. "It's over, Adam." I backed toward the door, frame in hand. "You, Angela, your mother. You all underestimated me. That was your mistake." His face contorted with rage. "Security!" he shouted toward the door. "Security!" I yanked open the door to find Angela standing there, face pale. "Move," I told her. To my surprise, she stepped aside. As I walked past her, she whispered, "The Cayman accounts. Password is Olive Garden 1956. I froze for a split second, processing her betrayal. Of Adam, not me. Behind us, Adam was still shouting. Security would arrive any moment. "Why?" I asked her. Her eyes met mine, resolute. "Because you're right. It is over." I ran. The conference room at the SEC offices felt sterile and impersonal, all glass and chrome, designed to intimidate. I sat straight-backed in an uncomfortable chair, surrounded by serious-faced agents reviewing the evidence I'd provided. "And you obtained this password how, exactly?" Agent Reeves asked, not looking up from her notes. "An anonymous tip." I kept my promise to Angela. Whatever her reasons for helping me, I wouldn't expose her. "Convenient." Agent Reeves didn't sound convinced. "The evidence speaks for itself." I gestured to the screens where Adam's financial records were displayed. The Cayman accounts, the double books, the client statements, it's all there. Along with your recording of Mr. Warren essentially admitting to setting you up. Agent Reeves finally met my eyes. That was resourceful. I didn't tell her about the keystroke logger. Some details were better left unshared. "What happens now?" I asked. "We continue our investigation. Mr. Warren and several associates have been brought in for questioning." She closed her folder. "You're free to go, Ms. Warren. We'll be in touch if we need anything else." Outside, the October air felt crisp and clean after the stifling conference room. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Celeste, 1 from Phoebe, and a text from Wayne. "Need to talk. Meet me?" After his betrayal, Wayne was the last person I wanted to see, but curiosity won out. I texted back, "Where?" His response came immediately, "The bench." "You know the one." I did know. It was where we'd first discussed Adam's fraud. A public place, safely neutral. Wayne was already waiting when I arrived, looking more haggard than ever. He stood when he saw me, uncertainty in every line of his body. "I wasn't sure you'd come." I almost didn't. I remained standing, keeping distance between us. "Adam said you called him, warned him about me." "I did." Wayne didn't try to deny it. "But not for the reason you think." "Enlighten me." I needed him to believe I was still on his side. It was the only way to get access to his private server. Wayne pulled out his phone, showing me an email. "I sent this to the SEC yesterday morning, before you went to Adam's office." I scanned the email, detailed instructions for accessing Adam's hidden accounts, including server locations and passwords. "You set him up," I realized. "Used me as a distraction while you gathered the final evidence." "Used" is a strong word. Wayne pocketed his phone. "I knew you were smart enough to handle Adam, and I knew he'd be focused on you, not on what I was doing. You could have told me. Would you have agreed to it? To being the decoy?" I considered this. "Probably not." "Exactly." He gestured to the bench. "Can we sit, please?" I hesitated, then sat at the far end. Wayne took the hint and kept his distance. "There's something else you should know," he said. "About Angela. She gave me the password to the Cayman accounts." Surprise flickered across his face. "She did?" "Right after I left Adam's office. She turned on him." I studied Wayne's reaction. "You didn't know?" "No." He looked genuinely shocked. "I thought she was loyal to the end." "Apparently not." I remembered the resolve in Angela's eyes. "I think she was tired of being controlled." "By Adam?" "By all of them. Adam, Olive." I trailed off, pieces clicking into place. "Did you know Olive was involved in the fraud too?" Wayne nodded. "She was the one who brought in the wealthy clients, old money families who trusted the Warren name. The full scope of their operation was still unfolding, a family business built on lies and theft, and I had been an unwitting part of it." "What will you do now?" Wayne asked. The question caught me off guard. I'd been so focused on exposing Adam that I hadn't thought beyond this moment. "I don't know," I admitted. "Start over, I guess." "For what it's worth, I'm sorry." Wayne's voice was quiet. "For not being honest with you." I should have been angry. Instead, I felt a strange sense of peace. We all did what we had to do. I stood, ready to leave this bench and everything it represented behind. "Goodbye, Wayne." Phoebe's apartment was warm and chaotic, exactly what I needed after the sterile SEC offices. She opened the door and immediately pulled me into a fierce hug. "I saw the news," she said into my hair. "Adam's firm is under federal investigation. That was you, wasn't it?" "Part of it." I followed her inside, where Celeste was already waiting, an open bottle of wine on the coffee table. "The avenging angel returns," Celeste said, pouring me a glass. "How does it feel?" I took the wine, considering. "Unfinished." "What do you mean?" Phoebe settled beside me. "Adam's going down. You won." "It's not about winning." I took a sip, letting the warmth spread through me. "There's one more thing I need to do." The storage facility was on the outskirts of town. Anonymous, secure, forgettable. I entered the code and rolled up the door to Unit 247. Inside sat a single garment bag. I unzipped it slowly, revealing my wedding dress. The real one. I'd never sold it to any consignment shop. That had been a story I told my therapist, my friends, myself. The truth was, I hadn't been ready to let go. Until now. I lifted the dress, feeling its weight one last time. The beadwork caught the fluorescent light, memories shimmering across the fabric, some beautiful, some painful, all part of me. From my bag, I took out a small card and a pen. I wrote a simple message, then attached it to the dress. Outside, I placed the garment bag carefully in a donation box for a women's shelter that provided professional clothing for job interviews and special occasions. Someone else would make new memories in this dress, better ones. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Warren Investment CEO and CFO indicted on multiple fraud charges. I didn't need to read it. That chapter was closed. As I walked to my car, I felt lighter than I had in years. Adam had taken many things from me, my trust, my confidence, years of my life, but he'd never taken my resilience. That had always been mine. My phone rang. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize. Hello? Ms. Warren? This is Diane from Horizon Marketing. We received your application and would like to schedule an interview. The job I'd applied for last week, a fresh start in a new city. Yes, I said, smiling into the phone. I'm available. As I drove away, I thought about the note I'd left with the wedding dress. The past doesn't define you. Neither do the people who couldn't see your worth. This dress deserves a better story. So do you. So did I.
I knew I was in trouble the moment Jason's hand lingered on my lower back. Not because it was inappropriate. We'd been sleeping together for months, but because I felt nothing. The electric spark that once shot through me at his touch had vanished, replaced by a hollow emptiness that terrified me more than any fire alarm ever could. You look stunning tonight, Alyssa, he whispered, his breath warm against my ear. The annual holiday party buzzed around us, a sea of colleagues in festive attire, clutching flutes of mediocre champagne. I forced a smile. Thanks. You clean up nice yourself. The words felt mechanical leaving my mouth. Jason Bennett, the charismatic CEO who'd swept me off my feet 11 months ago, stood before me in a perfectly tailored suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. His salt and pepper hair was styled just so, and his cologne, something expensive and woody, enveloped me like a familiar blanket. Every woman in the room stole glances at him. I used to feel special being the one he chose to look at. Now I just felt tired. I need to mingle, he said, squeezing my hip before disappearing into the crowd. I watched him work the room, stopping to chat with board members, laughing at the right moments, touching arms and shoulders with practiced precision. The man was a master at making everyone feel important. It had worked on me too. Earth to Alyssa, Callie appeared beside me, 2 fresh drinks in hand. You're staring again. I accepted the champagne gratefully. Just observing the Jason Bennett show. It's quite the performance. Callie sipped her drink, eyeing me over the rim. You okay? You seem off tonight. I'm fine. I wasn't. The truth was, I'd been feeling this disconnect for weeks. Something about Jason and me had shifted, and I couldn't pinpoint when or why. If you say so. Callie didn't believe me. Best friends rarely do. Isaiah was looking for you earlier. Something about the Peterson account. I groaned. Can't escape work even at the holiday party. That's what happens when you're the rising star of marketing. She nudged my shoulder playfully. I spotted Isaiah across the room, deep in conversation with the CFO. At 45, my mentor had the kind of wisdom that came from navigating corporate politics for 2 decades. He'd taken me under his wing 3 years ago, and I owed much of my success to his guidance. I'll catch him later, I said, not wanting to interrupt. The evening continued its predictable course. Speeches from executives, an awkward gift exchange, increasingly loud conversations as the alcohol flowed freely. I played my part, networking and laughing at jokes that weren't funny, all while feeling increasingly detached from the scene around me. At 10:17 p.m., everything changed. The fire alarm blared through the hotel ballroom, its piercing wail cutting through music and chatter. For a moment, everyone froze, exchanging confused glances, wondering if this was some planned entertainment. Then we smelled the smoke. Everyone remained calm and proceed to the nearest exit, a hotel staff member announced, voice steady but urgent. The room erupted into controlled chaos. I lost sight of Jason in the crowd as we all moved toward the exits. Outside in the December chill, I hugged my arms around myself, my thin cocktail dress offering little protection against the winter air. Alyssa? Callie pushed through the crowd toward me. Are you okay? Yeah, I nodded, watching as flames became visible through the ballroom's windows. Do they know what happened? Kitchen fire, apparently. She shivered beside me. Have you seen Jason? I scanned the crowd, spotting familiar faces from marketing, finance, and sales. No Jason. Not since before the alarm. Sirens wailed in the distance as fire trucks approached. Hotel staff distributed emergency blankets to guests shivering in evening wear. I wrapped mine tightly around my shoulders, the metallic material crinkling with each movement. My phone buzzed in my clutch. Probably Jason, I thought, fumbling to retrieve it with cold fingers. The email notification on my screen wasn't from Jason. The sender was unfamiliar. ebennett@gmail.com. E. Bennett. Eloise Bennett? Jason's wife. My stomach dropped. Ex-wife, he'd told me. They'd been separated for over a year, divorce nearly finalized. That's what he'd said when we first started seeing each other. The subject line read, "What Jason Bennett doesn't want you to know." My thumb hovered over the notification, heart hammering against my ribs. Around me, colleagues murmured about the fire, about ruined plans and smoke-damaged clothes. None of it registered. The world had narrowed to just my phone screen and that email. "Alyssa?" Callie's voice seemed distant. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I glanced up, searching the crowd one more time. This time I found him, Jason, standing across the parking lot, phone pressed to his ear, gesturing animatedly. As if sensing my gaze, he turned. Our eyes locked for a brief moment before his expression changed from surprise to something darker. He ended his call abruptly and started walking toward me. I looked back at my phone and opened the email. The email loaded painfully slowly, each second stretching into eternity as Jason made his way through the crowd toward me. My fingers trembled, not from the cold but from the dread pooling in my stomach. "I think you should know the truth about the man you're sleeping with." The first line hit me like a slap. Below it were 3 attachments and a message that turned my insides to ice. "Jason and I are still very much married. The separation is a convenient fiction he uses with women like you. I've attached our most recent family photo, 2 months ago, our joint tax filing from last month, and a screenshot of his text to me from yesterday about our anniversary plans next week. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. You're not the first, and you won't be the last." I stared at the words, reading them again and again, as if they might rearrange themselves into something less devastating. With numb fingers, I opened the first attachment. There they were, Jason, Eloise, and their teenage son at what looked like a lakeside cabin, arms around each other, smiling. The date stamp showed it was taken 8 weeks ago, when Jason had told me he was at a conference in Seattle. "Alyssa." His voice cut through my shock. Jason stood before me now, concern etched across his features so convincingly that for a second I questioned the evidence on my phone. "Are you okay? I've been looking everywhere for you." I looked up at him, this man I'd given 11 months of my life to, whose bed I'd shared just last night, and felt something inside me crack open. "Who's he, Bennett?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. His expression flickered, so briefly I might have missed it if I hadn't been watching for it. Confusion, then recognition, then the smooth reassurance I'd come to rely on. "My ex-wife's been causing problems again." He sighed, reaching for my hand. "I'm sorry about that. She's been unstable since I left." I pulled my hand away. Funny, because according to these, I turned my phone screen toward him, showing the family photo. "You haven't left at all." The mask slipped. For one unguarded moment I saw it, calculation behind those warm brown eyes I'd once found so trustworthy. "Let's not do this here," he said, glancing around at our colleagues who were starting to notice our tense exchange. "It's complicated, Alyssa. Let me explain everything somewhere private." "Complicated?" I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. "Is that what you call lying to my face for almost a year?" Callie appeared at my side, her presence solid and reassuring. "Everything okay here?" "No," I said, not taking my eyes off Jason. "Nothing is okay." Jason's jaw tightened. "Alyssa, please, you're making a scene." "I'm making a scene?" My voice rose despite my efforts to control it. You told me you were divorced. You told me your ex-wife was difficult and bitter, and that's why you never introduced us. Lower your voice, he hissed, reaching for my arm. I jerked away. Don't touch me. People were definitely staring now. In my peripheral vision, I saw Reese from accounting, watching with undisguised interest. Tomorrow, this would be all over the office. You need to calm down, Jason said, his CEO voice emerging, the one he used to shut down opposition in meetings. And you need to explain why your wife thinks you're celebrating your anniversary next week. I scrolled to the text screenshot and held it up. Or why you filed joint taxes last month when you told me your divorce was final in June. His face hardened. This isn't the place. Then where is the place, Jason? Your actual home with your actual wife? Callie's hand found my shoulder, squeezing gently. Alyssa, maybe we should go. The fire department's letting people back in to get their things. I nodded, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that had propelled my confrontation was ebbing, leaving behind a hollow ache in my chest. We're not done discussing this, Jason said, his voice low. There are things you don't understand. I understand perfectly. I turned away, letting Callie guide me toward the hotel entrance. We retrieved our coats and bags in silence. My mind raced through every moment with Jason, every promise, every intimate confession, all of it tainted now, all of it suspect. Want to talk about it? Callie asked as we waited for our Uber. Not yet. I stared at my phone, scrolling through the rest of Eloise's email. The final paragraph stopped my breath. If you're wondering why I'm telling you this now, it's because I found something in Jason's private accounts yesterday. He's been embezzling from the company, your company, for years. The evidence is in his home office. I'm done protecting him, and I thought you should know exactly who you're dealing with before he drags you down too. My mind whirled with implications. If this was true, if Jason was stealing from the company, it explained so much. The mysterious budget shortfalls and projects he oversaw. The financial reviews he'd postponed repeatedly. The way he'd discouraged me from looking too closely at certain accounts. The Uber arrived, its headlights cutting through the night. As I climbed in, my phone buzzed with a text from Jason. This isn't what it looks like. Meet me tomorrow. I can explain everything. I turned off my phone without replying. Something cold and determined settled in my chest, replacing the hurt with something harder, something sharper. Jason Bennett had destroyed my trust. Now I would destroy him. I called in sick the next day. The thought of facing office whispers and pitying glances made my stomach turn. Instead, I sat cross-legged on my couch, laptop balanced on my knees, systematically erasing Jason from my life, untagging photos, deleting messages, removing his playlists from my Spotify. My phone buzzed for the 12th time that morning. Jason again. I silenced it without reading the message and returned to my digital purge. A knock at my door startled me. I froze, wondering if Jason had decided to bring his explanations in person. The knock came again, more insistent. Alyssa, it's me. Open up. Callie's voice. I exhaled and shuffled to the door in my oversized sweater and leggings, hair piled messily on top of my head. Callie stood there holding a paper bag that smelled like cinnamon and coffee. You look like hell, she said, pushing past me into the apartment. Thanks. I feel worse. I closed the door and followed her to the kitchen. She unpacked breakfast, almond croissants and 2 large coffees, and studied me with narrowed eyes. So, are we burning his stuff or what? A laugh escaped me, surprising us both. I don't have much of his stuff. He was careful about that. Of course he was. She slid a coffee toward me. Married men usually are. The word married hit me like a physical blow. I wrapped my hands around the warm cup, anchoring myself. Have you talked to him? Callie asked. No, he's called, texted, emailed. I took a sip of coffee, welcoming the bitter heat. I'm not ready to hear whatever lies he's prepared. Callie broke a croissant in half, flaky layers separating under her fingers. What are you going to do about work? Everyone saw your fight. Fantastic, I groaned. Is Reese having a field day? Let's just say she's not downplaying what she witnessed. Callie hesitated. Isaiah was asking about you, my mentor, the man whose respect meant everything to me professionally. What did he say? He wanted to make sure you were okay, said to tell you to take whatever time you need. She paused. But Alyssa, there's something else. Something about the embezzlement claim. My head snapped up. What about it? I overheard Isaiah talking to the CFO. There's an internal investigation happening. They didn't mention Jason specifically, but they were discussing financial irregularities in the executive accounts. My mind raced. If Eloise was right about the embezzlement, Jason wasn't just a cheating husband, he was a criminal. And I had been sleeping with him, confiding in him, trusting him with sensitive information about my projects and clients. I need proof, I said, more to myself than to Callie. Proof of what? That he's married? You already have that. No, the embezzlement. If he's stealing from the company, that's my leverage. I met Callie's concerned gaze. I need to talk to someone in IT. You mean Riker? She raised an eyebrow. The guy who stares at you in every meeting. He doesn't stare. I felt my cheeks warm. And yes, Riker. He has access to the financial systems. This sounds dangerous, Alyssa. If Jason is embezzling and you start poking around, what's he going to do? Fire me? Cheat on me? I stood up, sudden energy coursing through me. I'm already at rock bottom. The only way is up. 2 hours later, I sat in a corner booth at a coffee shop 6 blocks from the office, nervously shredding a napkin. The door chimed, and Riker walked in, his tall frame and dark curls instantly recognizable. He spotted me and wove between tables, sliding into the seat across from me. This is very cloak and dagger, he said with a half smile. Secret coffee meetings during work hours. Thanks for coming. I pushed a coffee toward him. I wasn't sure you would. A cryptic text from Melissa asking for urgent help. Wouldn't miss it. His smile faded as he studied my face. You look like you haven't slept. That obvious, huh? I tried to smile but couldn't quite manage it. What's going on? Your message said it was important. I took a deep breath. What I'm about to ask you is probably against company policy, possibly illegal. If you want to walk away, I completely understand. Riker leaned forward, voice dropping. Is this about Jason? The question caught me off guard. How did you... Everyone saw what happened at the party. His expression darkened. And it's not the first time he's done this. Done what exactly? Dated employees while hiding the fact he's married. Riker's fingers tapped a restless rhythm on the table. There was someone in accounting before you, and an intern before her. A pattern. Of course there was a pattern. I swallowed hard against the humiliation rising in my throat. I need access to the financial records Jason oversees, I said, forcing myself to focus. I have reason to believe he's been embezzling company funds. Riker's eyes widened. That's a serious accusation. I know. That's why I need proof, not just suspicion. He was quiet for a long moment, considering. I could lose my job for this. I understand. Like I said, you can walk away. I didn't say I wouldn't help. His eyes met mine, something fierce and determined in them. Jason Bennett isn't who everyone thinks he is. I've been waiting for a chance to prove it. What do you mean? Riker glanced around before leaning closer. 2 years ago, my sister worked in HR. She found discrepancies in executive expense reports, specifically Jason's. When she raised concerns, she was fired within a week, officially for performance issues. Understanding dawned. This is personal for you. Yes. His jaw tightened. So what exactly are we looking for? As I outlined what I needed, something shifted inside me. The hurt and betrayal were still there, but alongside them grew something new, a cold, clear purpose. This wasn't just about a man who had lied to me. This was about justice. I can get you what you need, Riker said finally. But Alyssa, be careful. If Jason realizes what you're doing... I know the risks. What I didn't say was that I welcomed them. For the first time since reading Eloise's email, I felt something other than pain. I felt powerful. 3 days later, I returned to work with armor carefully constructed, a crisp black pantsuit, hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail, makeup applied with precision to hide the shadows under my eyes. I'd rehearsed responses to potential questions, prepared neutral expressions, and steeled myself against the inevitable gossip. What I hadn't prepared for was the silence. Conversations hushed as I walked through the marketing department. Glances slid away from mine. Even Reese, who thrived on office drama, merely watched me with calculating eyes as I passed her desk. "Welcome back," Isaiah said when I knocked on his office door. His smile seemed genuine, but something in his eyes, concern, maybe pity, made my spine stiffen. "Thanks. I had that stomach bug going around." The lie tasted bitter. "Of course." He gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Have a seat. We should discuss the Peterson campaign." For 20 minutes we talked strictly business. Isaiah reviewed my proposal, suggested minor adjustments, and approved the budget. Normal, professional. As if he hadn't witnessed my public meltdown with the CEO. As I gathered my notes to leave, he finally broached the subject. "Alyssa, about what happened at the holiday party. I'd rather not discuss my personal life at work," I cut in, my tone sharper than intended. Isaiah leaned back, studying me. "Fair enough, but as your mentor, I need to say this. Be careful about the battles you choose. Some aren't worth fighting." A chill ran through me. "What does that mean?" "It means Jason has a lot of influence in this industry. I'd hate to see your career affected by personal complications." The warning was clear, wrapped in concern though it was. Don't rock the boat. Don't challenge the powerful. Don't make waves. "Thank you for your concern," I said, standing, "but I can handle my own battles." Back at my desk, I found an email from Riker with the subject line, "Coffee again?" The message contained only a time, 3:30 p.m., and a different cafe address. At 3:25, I slipped out, telling Callie I needed air. The cafe was smaller than our previous meeting spot, tucked between a bookstore and a vintage clothing shop. Riker sat in the farthest corner, a laptop open before him. "Did anyone see you leave?" he asked as I sat down. "I don't think so. Why the paranoia?" He turned his laptop toward me. "Because I found something. Several somethings, actually." The screen showed a spreadsheet of financial transfers, dates, amounts, account numbers. Nothing immediately incriminating to my untrained eye. "What am I looking at?" "These are transfers from the company's operational fund to various vendor accounts." His finger traced a column of numbers. "Except these vendors don't exist. The money goes to shell companies, then gets moved offshore." My heart raced. "And you can prove Jason is behind this? That's where it gets complicated." Riker scrolled to another document. "The authorizations come from his department, but they're executed using the CFO's credentials. Either they're working together, or Jason is setting someone else up to take the fall." I finished his thought, the pieces clicking together. "Exactly." Riker looked grim. "There's more. I tracked some of these transfers to personal accounts. One belongs to Jason, but another..." He hesitated. "Another what?" "Another is in your name." The cafe seemed to tilt around me. "That's impossible. I don't have any offshore accounts." "According to these records, you do. Opened 6 months ago, with regular deposits coinciding with these unauthorized transfers." My stomach dropped. "He's framing me." "It looks that way." Riker closed his laptop. "If this embezzlement comes to light, the evidence points to you as his accomplice." I pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to think through the implications. "Can you trace when these accounts were created? IP addresses, anything?" "I'm working on it, but whoever did this covered their tracks well." He paused. "Alyssa, you need to be careful. This is bigger than an office affair gone wrong." "I know." My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Thank you for risking this. Riker's hand briefly covered mine. We'll figure it out. The touch was unexpected, warm and reassuring. I pulled away, uncomfortable with the intimacy and the complication it suggested. I should get back before people notice I'm gone. Outside, the winter air bit at my cheeks as I walked briskly back to the office. My mind raced with this new information. Jason hadn't just lied about his marriage. He'd potentially set me up to take the fall for his crimes. As I approached the building, a sleek black car pulled up beside me. The window rolled down, revealing a face I recognized from photographs but had never seen in person. Eloise Bennett. "Get in," she said, her voice calm but commanding. "We need to talk." I hesitated, every instinct screaming caution. "If you want to avoid prison for embezzlement, you'll hear what I have to say." Her perfectly manicured hand pushed the door open wider. My heart hammered against my ribs. How did she know about the embezzlement evidence? About my supposed involvement? 5 minutes, I said, sliding into the leather seat beside her. The car pulled away from the curb. Eloise studied me with cool appraisal, her blonde hair falling in elegant waves around a face that was beautiful in a sharp, intimidating way. "So you're the latest one," she said finally. "I'm not the latest anything," I replied, anger flaring. "I'm the woman your husband lied to for nearly a year." A small smile curved her lips. "Good, you've got fire, you'll need it." "What do you want from me?" "An alliance." She reached into her designer handbag and withdrew a flash drive. "This contains evidence of Jason's embezzlement going back 3 years, evidence that clears you and implicates him beyond doubt." I stared at the small device. "Why would you help me?" "Because I want the same thing you do." Her eyes, the same warm brown as Jason's but infinitely colder, locked with mine. "I want to destroy him, and I can't do it alone." The flash drive sat between us like a loaded gun. "Why now?" I asked. "Why not turn him in years ago?" "Because now I have you, someone with inside access and a personal vendetta." She leaned closer. "So what's it going to be, Alyssa? Are you in, or are you going to let him ruin you like he's ruined so many others?" I reached for the flash drive, my decision made before my fingers closed around it. "We need to meet," I texted Jason, after examining the contents of Eloise's flash drive. The evidence was damning. Emails, account transfers, and recordings that proved his embezzlement scheme and his deliberate attempt to frame me. His response came immediately. "My office, 7 p.m. I forwarded copies of everything to both my personal email and to Riker as insurance, then spent the afternoon rehearsing what I would say. By 6:55 p.m., most employees had left for the day. I stood outside Jason's corner office, smoothing my blazer and taking deep breaths. Through the glass wall, I could see him at his desk, phone pressed to his ear, gesturing emphatically. When he spotted me, he ended his call abruptly and waved me in. "Alyssa." He stood, coming around his desk with arms outstretched as if to embrace me. I stepped back. "Don't." His arms dropped, but his smile remained, that practiced, charismatic smile that had once made my heart race. Now it just made my skin crawl. "I've been worried about you," he said, perching on the edge of his desk. "You haven't returned my calls." "I've been busy." I remained standing, maintaining distance between us, learning some interesting things about you. Something flickered in his eyes, caution perhaps, but his expression remained concerned, sincere. "I know you're upset about Eloise. I should have been honest about the status of my divorce." "Stop." I held up a hand. "Let's not waste time with lies. I know about the embezzlement, Jason. I know about the offshore accounts. And I know you tried to set me up to take the fall." The transformation was instant. The warm concern vanished, replaced by something cold and calculating. He straightened, no longer the apologetic lover, but the executive assessing a threat. "That's quite an accusation." His voice had dropped an octave. "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" "I have every idea." I pulled out my phone, opened one of the audio files from the flash drive, and played it. Jason's voice discussing moving funds through shell companies with someone whose voice I didn't recognize. He listened, face impassive. When the recording ended, he sighed and walked to the window overlooking the city. "Who else knows about this?" he asked, his back to me. "That depends on what happens next." He turned, studying me with new eyes, not as a lover or even an adversary, but as a business problem to solve. "What do you want, Alyssa? Money? A promotion?" The casual way he offered a bribe made my blood boil. "I want you to remove my name from any accounts you've created. I want written confirmation that I had no knowledge of or involvement in your scheme." A small smile played at his lips. "Is that all? And I want you to resign, quietly. No golden parachute, no cushy landing at another company." He laughed then, a genuine sound of amusement that echoed in the large office. "That's not going to happen. Then I take this to the board and the police. With what evidence? Recordings that could easily be manipulated? Financial documents you could have fabricated?" He moved closer, confidence radiating from him. "Who do you think they'll believe? The CEO with a spotless reputation, or the scorned woman he broke up with?" "Broke up with?" I repeated incredulously. "That's the narrative, Alyssa. We had a brief affair. I ended it. You became obsessed, vindictive." He shrugged. "It's already making the rounds, thanks to our friend Reese." My stomach dropped. "What are you talking about?" "Check your work email. HR sent a message about appropriate workplace relationships this afternoon. Not naming names, of course, but everyone knows who it's about." I pulled out my phone and saw the email. A company-wide reminder about the policy against harassment and creating hostile work environments. The timing wasn't coincidental. "You're setting me up as the unstable ex," I realized aloud. "It's nothing personal." He returned to his desk, the picture of a man unbothered. "Just business." "This isn't over," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "It is, though." He sat down, already turning his attention to his computer. "I'd start looking for another job if I were you. Your reputation here is compromised." I left his office with my hands shaking, not from fear, but from rage. In the elevator, I checked my phone and found a text from Callie. "We need to talk, now." I met her in the parking garage, where she paced beside her car. "What the hell is going on?" she demanded when she saw me. "HR is asking questions about you and Jason. Reese is telling everyone you're having some kind of breakdown." "It's complicated," I began. "No shit." She crossed her arms. "I'm your friend, Alyssa. Talk to me." I hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. Jason is trying to discredit me because I found out something he doesn't want exposed. "The embezzlement?" I stared at her. "How do you—" "Because I've been helping Isaiah gather evidence for months." She lowered her voice. "The CFO noticed discrepancies last year. They've been building a case quietly." My mind reeled. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Isaiah thought you might be involved because of your relationship with Jason." Her expression softened at my shock. "I told him that was ridiculous, but he insisted on keeping you in the dark until they were certain. And now they're ready to move, but Jason seems to be setting you up to take the blame." She unlocked her car. "Get in. There's someone you need to meet." "Who?" "The real whistleblower, the person who first noticed the missing funds." She slid into the driver's seat. "Riker's sister." As we drove away from the office, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Change of plans. Jason knows we're working together. Meet me at the Harborview Hotel, room 712, Eloise." I stared at the message, a chill running down my spine. If Jason knew about my alliance with his wife, what else did he know? And more importantly, what was he planning to do about it? "We need to make a stop first," I told Callie, showing her the text. "I think we're running out of time." The Harborview Hotel loomed ahead, its glass facade reflecting the city lights like a wall of stars. Callie pulled into the parking garage, killing the engine with a concerned glance my way. "I still think this is a bad idea," she said. "Meeting Eloise alone after that text, it screams trap." That's why you're here. I checked my phone again. No new messages. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, call Riker. Why not just call the police? With what? We need more concrete evidence before involving them. I unbuckled my seatbelt. Besides, if Jason is setting me up, the last thing I need is to look more unstable by making accusations I can't prove. Callie grabbed my arm. Just be careful. Jason's already showing how far he'll go to protect himself. The elevator ride to the 7th floor gave me time to rehearse what I'd say to Eloise. We needed to coordinate our approach, especially now that Jason knew we were working together. The hallway was quiet, my footsteps muffled by plush carpeting as I approached room 712. I knocked softly. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Eloise? It's Alyssa. Still nothing. Unease prickled along my spine. I tried the handle, unlocked. The door swung open to reveal a dimly lit suite, curtains drawn against the night. Eloise? The room appeared empty, the bed still made, no personal items visible. I stepped inside, letting the door close behind me. Something felt wrong. I was wondering if you'd come. I whirled around. Jason stood by the bathroom door, his expression unreadable in the low light. Where's Eloise? I demanded, backing toward the exit. Not here, obviously. He moved into the room, blocking my path to the door. She didn't send that text. My heart hammered against my ribs. What do you want? To negotiate. He gestured to the small table by the window. Have a seat. I'll stand. Always so stubborn. He sighed, loosening his tie. That's what I liked about you, Alyssa. Your determination, your unwillingness to back down. Save the compliments. You've made your position clear. Have I? He moved closer, and I resisted the urge to step back. Because I think there's been a misunderstanding. I don't want to be your enemy. You framed me for embezzlement and told HR I'm having a breakdown. That's pretty hostile. Insurance policies. He shrugged. You threatened me. I protected myself. That's business. This isn't business. This is my life you're messing with. And you're messing with mine. For the first time, his calm facade cracked, revealing something harder beneath. Do you have any idea what I've built, what I've sacrificed? Your integrity, your marriage, the company's financial stability. I crossed my arms. Quite the empire of sand, Jason. His jaw tightened. I want the flash drive Eloise gave you. So he did know about that. I don't have it with me. Don't lie to me. He stepped closer, invading my space. Eloise is trying to ruin me in our divorce. She's using you. Like you used me. I held my ground despite the alarm bells ringing in my head. At least she was honest about her intentions. Something dangerous flashed in his eyes. Last chance, Alyssa. Give me the drive, sign an NDA, and this all goes away. You keep your job, your reputation, everything. And if I refuse, then I destroy you. His voice was soft, almost regretful. The embezzlement evidence points to you. HR already thinks you're unstable. It wouldn't take much to convince everyone you fabricated evidence against me out of spite. The room seemed to close in around me. He was right, he held all the cards. My word against his. And he had the company's trust, resources, and a head start on controlling the narrative. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Callie, probably wondering if I was okay. The reminder of her waiting outside steadied me. You're forgetting something, I said, finding my voice again. I'm not alone in this. Eloise has copies of everything. So does Riker. And now, so does Isaiah. Uncertainty flickered across his face. You're bluffing. Am I? Callie told me tonight that Isaiah and the CFO have been building a case against you for months. They know about the offshore accounts, the shell companies, all of it. He stared at me, recalculating. Isaiah wouldn't. He already has. Why do you think he's been asking so many questions about the Peterson account? That's where you've been hiding most of the transfers, right? It was a shot in the dark based on what Riker had shown me, but Jason's expression confirmed I'd hit the mark. It's over, Jason, I continued, gaining confidence. The board meeting tomorrow? They're not reviewing quarterly projections. They're reviewing evidence against you. His composure crumbled completely. You have no idea what you've done. I know exactly what I've done. I've stopped you from making me your scapegoat. I moved toward the door, keeping my eyes on him. Now, if you'll excuse me. His hand shot out, gripping my arm with bruising force. You're not going anywhere until we resolve this. Fear surged through me, but I kept my voice steady. Let go of me, or I scream and bring hotel security running. And tell them what? That your married ex-boyfriend is being mean to you. His grip tightened. Who do you think they'll believe? The door burst open behind us. Callie stood there, Riker at her shoulder. Everything okay in here? Riker asked, his normally gentle demeanor replaced by something harder as he assessed the situation. Jason released my arm immediately, stepping back with a forced smile. Just having a private conversation. Looks like it's over, Callie said, her eyes fixed on the red marks forming on my arm. I moved toward them, relief washing over me. We were just leaving. As we turned to go, Jason called after me. This isn't finished, Alyssa. You have until morning to reconsider. I paused in the doorway, turning to face him one last time. You're right about one thing, Jason. This isn't finished. But I'm not the one who should be worried about tomorrow. In the elevator, my legs finally gave out. I leaned against the wall, shaking. What happened in there? Callie demanded. He knows everything, I said, my voice unsteady. And he's desperate. Riker's expression darkened. That makes him dangerous. It also means we're winning, I replied, straightening as the elevator reached the lobby. And tomorrow we end this. Morning arrived with a text from Isaiah. Boardroom, 9 a.m. Come prepared. I hadn't slept. After leaving the hotel, Callie had insisted I stay at her place, worried Jason might show up at my apartment. We'd spent hours reviewing the evidence with Riker and his sister Mia, the original whistleblower who'd been silenced 2 years ago. You don't have to do this, Callie said as we pulled into the office parking garage at 8:45. The board has enough evidence without you putting yourself in the crosshairs. I checked my reflection in the visor mirror. I'd chosen my outfit carefully, a navy suit that projected confidence and professionalism. Nothing that could be dismissed as emotional or unstable. I need to be there, I said, applying a final touch of lipstick. This isn't just about the embezzlement anymore. It's about all the people he's hurt. The elevator ride to the executive floor felt endless. My phone buzzed with a message from Riker. In position, good luck. The boardroom doors loomed ahead, heavy wood panels that suddenly seemed impossibly intimidating. I hesitated, my hand on the handle, doubt creeping in. What if Jason had gotten to the board first? What if they believed him over me? A voice behind me made me jump. They're waiting for you. I turned to find Eloise standing there, elegant in a cream pantsuit, her expression unreadable. You're here, I said stupidly. Of course I am. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. Jason came to my house last night after your meeting. He was unhinged. Threatened to ruin me if I testified today. A chill ran through me. Are you still going to? Watch me. She pushed past me and opened the door. Inside, the board members sat around the massive table, expressions grave. Isaiah nodded slightly when he saw me. The CFO shuffled papers nervously. And at the head of the table, looking completely composed, sat Jason. Ah, the gang's all here, he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Shall we begin? I took a seat as far from him as possible, Eloise doing the same on the opposite side. The board chair, an older woman named Vivian, cleared her throat. This emergency meeting has been called to address serious allegations regarding financial improprieties. Her gaze swept the room. Isaiah, as you requested this meeting, perhaps you should start. Isaiah stood, distributing folders to each board member. For the past 6 months, the finance team has been tracking unusual transfers from our operational accounts to what appear to be vendor payments, but which we've discovered are shell companies. As he detailed the evidence, I watched Jason. He remained perfectly still, his expression neutral, occasionally nodding, as if considering the information objectively. The perfect picture of an executive hearing troubling news for the first time. "These are serious allegations," Vivian said when Isaiah finished. "Jason, what do you have to say?" Jason straightened, his expression appropriately concerned. "I'm as disturbed as everyone else by what I'm hearing. If these transfers occurred, they happened without my knowledge or approval." "That's a lie," I said, unable to contain myself. All eyes turned to me. "Ms. Reynolds," Vivian said, "you'll have your turn to speak." "Actually," Jason interjected smoothly, "I think it's important to address Ms. Reynolds' presence here. As some of you may know, we had a brief personal relationship that ended recently. These accusations appear to be motivated by personal animus rather than fact." The room temperature seemed to drop. I felt the weight of skeptical gazes, saw the slight shifts in posture as board members reconsidered the situation. "That's quite convenient," Eloise said, her voice cutting through the tension. "Discredit the witness by suggesting she's emotionally compromised." Jason's smile tightened. "Eloise, always a pleasure. I assume you're here because of the divorce proceedings." "I'm here because you've been stealing from this company for years," she replied coolly. "And I have proof." She opened her laptop and turned it toward the board. "These are recordings of Jason discussing the embezzlement scheme with his accomplice, Reese from accounting." The room fell silent as Jason's voice filled the air, discussing offshore accounts and how to disguise transfers. When the recording ended, all eyes turned to him. His composure cracked slightly. "These are clearly manipulated. Eloise has every reason to fabricate evidence given our contentious divorce." "They're not manipulated," I said, finding my voice again. "And I'm not the only one with copies." On cue, the door opened. Riker entered, followed by Mia and, to my surprise, the head of IT security. "We've verified the authenticity of the recordings," the IT head stated, "and we've traced the creation of the offshore accounts to Mr. Bennett's personal devices." Jason stood abruptly. "This is absurd, a conspiracy to—" "There's more," I interrupted, pulling out my phone. "Last night, Jason threatened me at the Harborview Hotel, room 7112. He demanded I hand over evidence and sign an NDA. I played the recording I'd secretly made during our confrontation, capturing his threats and admission that he'd tried to frame me." The color drained from Jason's face as his own words condemned him. He looked around the room, finding no allies. "You recorded me without consent," he tried, his voice hollow. "Single-party consent state," Isaiah replied. "Perfectly legal." Jason's eyes locked with mine, hatred burning in them. "You think you've won?" "This isn't about winning," I said, meeting his gaze steadily. "It's about truth." He lunged suddenly, reaching across the table toward me. Board members gasped, chairs scraping as people moved back. But before he could reach me, security officers appeared at the door. Riker had positioned them there in advance. "Jason Bennett," one officer said, "we need you to come with us." As they escorted him out, his mask finally shattered completely. "This isn't over," he shouted, struggling against their grip. "You'll regret this, Alyssa. All of you." The door closed behind them, his threats fading down the hallway. In the sudden silence, I realized I was shaking, not from fear but from relief. It was over. Vivian cleared her throat. "I think we've seen enough. The board will need to discuss next steps, including involving the authorities." As people began to file out, Eloise approached me. "Not bad," she said, the ghost of a smile on her lips. "For an amateur." "Is that a compliment?" I asked. "Take it however you want." She gathered her things. "Just know that men like Jason, they don't stay down for long. Watch your back." With that cryptic warning, she left, leaving me alone with Isaiah. "You did well," he said, squeezing my shoulder. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you we were building a case." "I understand why you didn't." And surprisingly, I did. "What happens now?" "Now?" He glanced toward the window, where the morning sun illuminated the city. Now we rebuild. The office felt different as I packed my desk, not because of the whispers that followed me through the hallways or the awkward smiles from colleagues who didn't know what to say to the woman who'd brought down their CEO. It felt different because I was different. "You don't have to do this," Isaiah said, leaning against my doorframe. "The board specifically stated they want you to stay." I placed my awards and certificates into a cardboard box. "I know, but I need a fresh start. The interim CEO position is still on the table." He stepped into my office, closing the door behind him. "You're the most qualified person to help rebuild after Jason's damage." I paused, considering the offer I'd already declined twice. "I'm flattered, but my decision is made." "At least tell me where you're going." "That's the beauty of it, I don't know yet." I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in months. "But I've got some ideas." A knock interrupted us. Riker stood in the doorway, a flash drive in hand. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, "but you need to see this before you go." I glanced at Isaiah, who nodded and stepped out, giving us privacy. "What is it?" I asked as Riker plugged the drive into my computer. "I've been digging through Jason's personal files since his arrest." He pulled up a folder labeled Contingencies. He kept detailed records on everyone he considered a threat or an asset. The folder contained subfolders with names, board members, executives, even Isaiah, and me. "He started your file the day you were hired," Riker said quietly, "long before your relationship began." I clicked through documents spanning 3 years, performance evaluations, personal details, even photos of me at company events. A chill ran through me as I realized the extent of Jason's calculation. "He targeted you from the beginning," Riker continued. "Your file has notes about your ambition, your trust issues, even your dating history. He was studying you, looking for vulnerabilities." "Why me?" My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "Because of this." He opened another document, an organizational chart with succession planning notes. My name was highlighted as a high potential risk for his position. "He saw you as a threat," Riker said. "The affair wasn't just personal, it was strategic. Keep your enemies closer." The revelation should have devastated me, but instead, I felt an unexpected surge of pride. Jason Bennett, master manipulator and predator, had feared me enough to try to control me. "There's something else," Riker hesitated. "About Eloise." He opened another file containing email exchanges between Jason and Eloise, dated just weeks before the holiday party. My eyes widened as I read their coordinated plans. Jason would seduce me, Eloise would expose him, and together they would use my reaction to discredit me professionally. "They were working together," I whispered, until Jason double-crossed her too. He was embezzling from their joint accounts, as well as the company. I leaned back in my chair, processing this final betrayal. So when she approached me, she was still following their original plan, just with a new motivation. Riker closed the files. "I thought you should know the whole truth before you leave." "Thank you." I stood, suddenly eager to be gone from this place of manipulation and lies. As I carried my box through the marketing department one last time, Callie fell into step beside me. "Dinner tonight?" she asked. "A proper send-off?" "Actually, I have plans." I smiled at her surprised expression. "Don't worry, I'll call you tomorrow with all the details." Outside, the spring air felt clean and new. I placed my box in my car and checked the time, just enough to make my appointment. The restaurant was small and elegant, tucked away from the main business district. I spotted her immediately, sitting alone at a corner table. "You came," Eloise said as I slid into the seat across from her. "I wasn't sure you would after everything." "I almost didn't." I studied her face, searching for signs of the calculation I now knew had been there all along. "Riker found the emails, Eloise. I know you and Jason planned to use me from the beginning." She didn't flinch. "Yes, we did." "Why tell me to meet you today? Why not just disappear?" She took a sip of her wine before answering. "Because despite how it started, I find myself respecting you, and because I have a proposition." Another one? I laughed without humor. I think I've had enough of those to last a lifetime. This one's different. She reached into her bag and pulled out a business card, sliding it across the table. I'm starting a consulting firm specializing in corporate fraud detection. I need a partner who understands both the business and the personal sides of deception. I stared at the card, then back at her. You can't be serious. Completely serious. We'd make an excellent team. You manipulated me, used me as a pawn in your game with Jason, and you turned the tables on both of us. A genuine smile curved her lips. That's exactly why I want to work with you. I should have walked out, should have told her exactly what I thought of her proposition. Instead, I found myself considering it. Why would I ever trust you? I asked. You shouldn't, not completely, just like I won't fully trust you. She leaned forward. But imagine what we could accomplish together. Two women who've seen behind the curtain of power and manipulation. I picked up the business card, turning it over in my fingers. I'll think about it. That's all I ask. She signaled for the check. Take your time. Unlike Jason, I understand the value of patience. As she walked away, I remained at the table, the business card still in my hand. 6 months ago, I'd been a woman defined by what others wanted from me. Jason's lover, the company's rising star, the perfect employee. Now I was something else entirely, a woman who had walked through fire and emerged not just unburned, but illuminated. I slipped the card into my pocket and stepped out into the evening light. Whatever I decided, about Eloise, about my career, about my future, one thing was certain. The choice would be mine alone, made with clear eyes and on my own terms. Some fires don't destroy, they transform.